September 15th, 2020.
Xin chào tất cả quý vị.
I will note for the audience who may be
Về
here.
những quý vị mà đang muốn nghe.
Okay, so the interpreter channel, one of the Vietnamese interpreters, we can hear you on the main English channel.
Yeah. Could you have, I don't see German on it anymore. I only see English and Spanish.
Tony, what do you propose?
Let me connect with them through text while you guys go.
Okay. All right, thank you. If you're able to stand, please join us as we pledge allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of
the United States of America, to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Preparedness will be presenting our invocator. Ms. Moraes.
Thank you, Mayor. So today I'm going to share a clip from Jaswant Singh Khalra. Today we're going to proclaim the day for Jaswant Singh Khalra, and he's left a legacy among the Sikh community as well as here in the South Bay. His daughter resides in San Jose as well. And in this clip that you'll see, it's a clip that he spoke in Canada. It was his last speech. And he talked about a fable where the sun was setting for the first time. And he talked about how the light from within us can stave off the darkness from expanding and from the darkness falling all around us. And so I thought it was very fitting, granted the time that we are living through with a pandemic and fires, and not to say the least about our political scene. And so I thought it would be a moment of inspiration for all of us. Thank you. Tony, if you could start that once again, I will read. I apologize, I didn't start reading.
I am not the one starting it, but I think the person who is probably heard that.
Sorry, okay, so sorry about that.
एक लघु कथा है कि जब सूरज पहली बार अस्तन लगा सी तां ज्यों-ज्यों वो अपना पंध मुका रहा सी चानन घट रहा सी चानन घट रहा सी हनेरे दी आमद दे निशान प्रगट हो रहे सी ते कहंदे आ लोकां च हाहाकार मच रही सी कि सूरज छिप जाऊगा हनेरा पसर जाऊगा किसे नूं कुछ दिसू ना ते साडा की बनूगा दुनिया फिक्रमंद सी पर सूरज अस्त्या हनेरे ने अपना जोर विखाउण लई धरती ते पैर पाया पर कहंदे आ दूर किसे झोंपड़ी चों एक दीपक ने सिर चुकिया उसने कहा कि मैं हनेरे नूं चैलेंज करदा होर कुछ नहीं ते अपने आले दुआले तां मैं इस नूं नहीं लागे लगन देंगा अपने आले दुआले तां चानन कायम करांगा तां उस दीपक नूं देख के कहंदे हर झुग्गी झोंपड़ी च एक दीपक उठिया ते दुनिया हैरान रह गई कि इन्हां दीपकां ने हनेरे नूं पसरनों रोकिया ते लोग देख सके तो मैं समझदा कि अज जदों ਇੱਕ ਹਨੇਰਾ ਪੂਰੇ ਜ਼ੋਰ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ
Trying to overwhelm truth will
ਸੱਚ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਫਤਿਹ ਪਾਉਣ ਲਈ ਲਲਕਾਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਹੋਰ ਕੁਛ ਨਹੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਕਹੂੰਗਾ ਅਣਖੀਲਾ ਪੰਜਾਬ
repenting
ਇੱਕ
Punjab,
ਦੀਪਕ ਦੀ ਨਿਆਈ
like a lamp,
ਇਸ ਨੂੰ
is
ਚੈਲੰਜ ਕਰ
challenging
ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ
this darkness.
ਤੇ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਕਰਦਾ
And I pray to the Guru
ਕਿ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ
who identifies with
ਇਸ
truth,
ਜੋਤ ਨੂੰ
keep
ਜਗਦੀ
this
ਰੱਖੇ
light lit. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, we'll return now to orders of the day. Does anyone on the council have any changes to the printed agenda? I do have Mr. Sukhdev Benoit. Would you like to speak, sir?
Yes, hi. Good afternoon, everyone. I was just going to say a few words about just once in Khalra. Thanks for playing that beautiful video. It is the 25th anniversary of when he was killed as a human rights activist. One of the things that he did was he looked into all the disappearance that had happened in Punjab in the 1990s. And he had found thousands and thousands of people who had just vanished and no clue where they went. So the mothers and the parents were asking the police themselves, saying, can you let us know where our son is? So we can, put a rest to our emotions. And there was no answer being given. So what he did was he went into these, in India, what happens is so much log, since cremation happened, so much log is issued for a person to be cremated. So he went in and looked at all these registered log. So much log was issued to unknown, 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 unknown. And he found thousands and thousands of unknowns who were cremated. Then he brought that case outside to the other communities. And then when he went back, he became +1 in those unknowns by the state government of Punjab. So would just like to thank everyone for recognizing his work and his legacy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, on orders of the day, are there any changes to the printed agenda?
Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember.
I wanted to note that I'm going to be proclaiming September as Hispanic Heritage Month.
Yes, is that on the consent calendar, you mean?
It was supposed to be on the consent calendar so that I could pull it and speak on it.
Okay, yes, forgive me, I don't have the item on consent in front of me. Do you happen to know which item that is? Why don't we pull that when we come back to consent?
Tony?
Hi, this is Tony. The item didn't get on the consent calendar, so that's why she is speaking to it on orders of the day. It was supposed to be on consent calendar, but it's not.
Okay, all right, Councilmember Krasko.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Well, September is Hispanic Heritage Month, a month where we are able to celebrate the beauty of our Hispanic community's traditions, its culture, and economic and historical contributions. And as many of you know, I usually host an annual Mexican independence flag raising ceremony, but however, due to COVID-19, our friendly virus, our ceremony will be virtual this year. You're invited to it. It's going to be taking place tomorrow at 1:30, and you can join us via Zoom. Every year we speak about the ongoing struggles and injustices that our Latino communities face. We're facing the highest rates of infection due to COVID-19, including the loss of life, the economic blow as a result of shelter in place, And of course, the fear mongering will result in a clear absence in our census numbers at the county level, which will amount to millions, if not billions of dollars lost over the next 10 years. And if that weren't bad enough, the wounds weren't deep enough, the Ninth Circuit Court yesterday declared that our current administration has a green light to deport nearly 300,000 Salvadorians, Hondurans, Nicaraguenses, as a result of lifting the TPS, the temporary protected status. This TPS program has been untouched by past presidents and by both Democrat and Republican presidents. TPS programs are designed to avoid deporting immigrants to home countries plagued by armed conflict, recovering from natural disasters, dealing with an epidemic, or otherwise political conditions that cannot guarantee the return of their citizens. Overturning this order is not only inhumane, it's cruel. Many of these individuals have been here for decades, 30, 40 years. They own businesses, they employ and provide livelihoods for other families as well, and they contribute to the economy. They have US-born children, they have US-born grandchildren, and they call the United States their home. We're very grateful for their contributions. We're stronger because of the diversity of our country, but especially in California, as the 5th largest economy powerhouse, we are indebted to the Hispanic communities. We cannot continue to create policies that tear Latino families apart. It's reckless and it's immoral. We observe National Hispanic Heritage Month from September 15th to October 15th by celebrating the histories, the culture, and of course, their contributions of the contributions of our ancestors who came from Mexico, from the Caribbean, and from Central and South America, whether they are citizens or not. The contributions of the Latino community is worthy of respect. It's worthy of being honored, especially in our beautiful city of San Jose, our county, our state, and of course, this great nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Carrasco. All right, on orders of the day, we'll hear a motion.
So moved.
Second.
All right, Tony. Tony?
Yeah, hold on. Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Aye.
Yep,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye. Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Aye.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Pardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. On the closed session report, Nora?
We don't have anything to report out of closed session.
Great, thank you. On the consent calendar, are there any items council would like to pull? I think Councilmember Davis, you wanted to pull item 2.14, is that right?
That's correct. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Reyes, do you still want to pull 2.15 or was it the invocations?
Actually, I want to pull it just to proclaim the day.
Okay. Are there any other items besides 2.14 and 2.15 to be pulled? I don't see any hands. Mr. Beekman?
Hi, thank you. It's kind of nice to jump right into consent calendar day. Thank you. The minutes approval of July 28, 2020 today is about the Strong Mayor Public Community Meeting process that has been approved for next year. Thank you for trusting how this can offer a less competitive, less pressured study process, conversation, and dialogue that can better welcome more parts of all of the community. From items 2.8 to 2.10, I would simply like to thank the Airport Commission for their overall work the past few years. Now that the dust has better settled, I still hope we can trust their sober, well-intentioned reports that I think can more responsibly address the issues of high rises around the airport. And to conclude, item 2.11 is about fourth quarter financial reports in this time of COVID-19. I thank you again to the mayor, and in working and wanting to work with fiscally responsible debt and deficit reduction practices with the city budget in this difficult time. I feel we can have COVID-19 more under control by next summer and by 2022. As I've been trying to say for weeks now, it is up to all of us how to look for state lawmakers and very positive, well-reasoned ideas in state bills at this time. It is up to local government how to make these important ideas open and accessible to everyone of their community. As it is our better human nature, our better ideals of democracy and open public policies, that is how to address the current era of COVID-19, its unrest, its conflict, and its confusing, disruptive process for the next few years. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, then. Do we have a, well, why don't we just take the items that have been pulled first? Councilmember Davis?
Thank you, Mayor. Today, we proclaim September as National Preparedness Month in the city of San Jose to promote family and community disaster planning now and throughout the year. As we all know, 2020 is an unprecedented year that has proven how fast and drastically things can change during an emergency. National Preparedness Month, which we proclaim every year, is a campaign meant to encourage residents to learn about hazards and natural disasters that are specific to our area. That usually means earthquakes and floods, as well as wildfires. Of course, it's a little bit different this year. I encourage residents to plan a meeting place and to have a communication plan in place to contact your loved ones in case of an emergency. I also encourage everyone to have an emergency kit with important documents, non-perishable food, water, and any other items like medications that are necessary to keep you and your loved ones safe. This includes pets, small children, and individuals with special conditions. Something new, of course, this year to consider putting into your disaster preparedness kit is disposable masks. In the last few months, we have had to adjust severely to a global pandemic and now to the wildfires that are burning around us. These situations can be stressful and take a toll on our well-being, as we all know and as we've all been discussing many times. Information and emergency plans are important to decrease stress and to provide some stability during hard times. Our Office of Emergency Management leads efforts to protect life, property, and the environment by developing, coordinating, and managing programs that prevent, prepare for, respond to, recover from, and mitigate natural and man-made disasters and emergencies. Ray Reardon is the head of the Office of Emergency Management. Ray and his team, as well as many, many other city staff, as we all know, have done an extraordinary job during this pandemic to work to provide our city with stability. I would like to invite Ray to say a few words now.
Thank you, Councilmember Davis, for bringing forward this proclamation. And thank you, Mayor and council members, for your continued support that you provided to emergency preparedness. To our community, as Councilmember Davis mentioned, 2020 has taught us many things, but two things in particular I'd want to point out. First is an emergency can last more than a day, a week, or a month. And secondly, more than one emergency can happen at the same time. So we do encourage, while we as a city do put our effort into planning for all hazards, the resilience to these emergencies really relies on our residents and businesses to plan and prepare as well, because only together can we get through these emergencies. As we have seen with the recent wildfires near us, an emergency can come quickly and require immediate response. Do you know what you would take with you if you had to evacuate? So what I would add to the kit is a list of reminding you of what you can take. If you have 5 minutes warning or 30 minutes warning, you may take different things with you. But most importantly, how would you travel with it? You have that emergency kit, you have the other supplies. Do you have the equipment to travel with that, the right vehicle? Take the time now to think about those and write it down. Other things to consider as part of that emergency kit, as Councilmember Davis also indicated, is to have those important papers that you'd want to take with you. such as copies of your driver's license or identification, your passports, birth certificates, insurance documents. Those are all very important. And make sure you take pictures of your valuables, your pets, and your children. Place them in the bag and store them in a specific spot. They can be as small as this kit, if you can see it, or as a big duffel bag. You decide what it is you can carry and put into your vehicle, because emergency responders will be busy with doing other things and making sure the evacuation goes smoothly. They can't evacuate what you need out of your home. You need to figure out what that is and how to transport it. Also place a note on your bag to remind you to grab the medications you must take with you, because not all places will have those medicines that you need with you. Have prepared that supply kit that you can easily take with first aid supplies, food, and water, and emergency tools. And as mentioned before, please consider your pets as well as part of your family. And as you leave, check on that neighbor who you know needs assistance, because only together will we be able to evacuate safely. And finally, how will you communicate and who will you communicate with about your conditions as you evacuate or move from your home? Please have a list of those people that you may want to contact. For more information, please go to ready.gov. That's ready.gov, REDY.gov. And there's plenty of information there on the supplies and equipment that you should take with you. Emergencies can be a scary thing to think about, but taking one step today will help you calm down and focus on what is important. That's you, your family, and your safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Ray. And thanks for all your work. Councilmember Davis?
That's it for me.
Okay. Then item 2.15, Councilmember Arenas.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make sure to reiterate and acknowledge and proclaim retroactively the Just Want Sing Khalra Day. And as you heard from Sukhdev earlier, testify that Just Want was a human rights activist and a Sikh leader. He was born in Punjab in India in 1952, and the day of his passing is observed annually by Sikh Americans in South Asian American communities, and it's a day of remembrance for his life's work, mainly around exposing human rights violations and as well as promoting dignity as well as democratic values. It is a legacy of people like Just Want Sing Khalra that remind us to be brave in efforts against injustice. And as we have seen in this video, and I think my community is true to that value, they stand up when there are emergencies such as the ones that Ray was talking about and Councilmember Davis that you've brought up. They've been very diligent about providing support, whether it's PPEs or food distribution. They live in the legacy of Just Want Khalra. And so I'd like to formally recognize retroactively September 6th as Just Want Sing Khalra Day for the city of San Jose. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, then on the consent calendar, is there a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
Let's vote, Tony.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Aye.
Yep,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Aye.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
Okay. Moving on then to the land use consent item. Dave, you wanted that heard before your report, is that right? Not
That's
sure.
correct, Mayor.
Okay. All right, let's go to 10.1, which is the land use consent calendar. Are there any items on which a council member would like to pull to discuss? I see one hand from the public. That's Mr. Beekman.
Hi, I had a couple items that I wanted to talk about from the items that were pulled on consent calendar. What do you suggest we do? I had my hand raised at the time and nobody bothered to check me.
Beekman, we heard you on consent. Would you like to speak on this item?
Well, I thought the items, there were specific items pulled for consent, and I wanted to speak specifically on those items.
I understand. Would you like to speak on this item?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Move approval.
Second,
Tony?
Jimenez,
Yes.
Corrales,
Aye.
Dieppe,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
aye.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Under the report of city manager, Dave?
Thank you, Mayor. I have no report today.
Thank you. We'll resume with our emergency reports next week. Item 3.4 is a Tefra hearing for the reissuance of California Enterprise Development Authority revenue obligations for the benefit of Valley Christian Schools.
Move to approve. Second.
Motion, Councilmember Jimenez, second from Councilmember Foley. Any members of the public like to speak on item 3.4, the Tefra hearing on the bonds for Valley Christian? I see no hands. Tony?
Jimenez,
Yes.
Corrales,
Aye.
Yep,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes,
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye. All right, item 3.5 is Proposition 17, Free the Vote California Act. I don't believe there's a presentation. We'll go first to public comment. Mr. Beekman, this is on item 3.5, Prop 17, Free the Vote California Act.
Hi, I thought this item was going to be last today. It's not?
Yeah, typically it would be. I'm not sure why it's aligned here, but I was not at rules last week, so apparently that didn't happen.
Okay. I've talked about it at rules, and it was first brought up possibly in another committee. And I just try to sing its praises once again. Thank you for this item. It's my real hope that, what this work can do at the state level can be just part of a bunch of organizing ideas to really organize ourselves how we're going to talk about voting rights in the 2020s. And I feel this proposition has a real chance to help do that. And I think on a national level, I think what we've been going through for the last 20 years and way before that, I think we can really address those issues. And I'm really hopeful and excited that we can. And again, this proposition, I think, is a part of that organization process for all of us, and I think can even address this fall and to avert catastrophe this fall at election time. So good luck to yourselves on this issue, and thank you.
Thank you. Reverend Jethro Moore?
Good evening and happy Hispanic month to everybody. I want to just say that in the biblical sense, there's a story of the prodigal son who went away, and upon living radically, he came back home. His father restored him and made him whole. This is an opportunity for the city council, the city of San Jose, to help make our sons and daughters, cousins, aunts, and uncles who are returning home whole again, to make them a whole part of the community by giving them the right to participate and the right to vote. They'll be working, hopefully. They'll be getting jobs, hopefully. And when they return, they need to be made full. So I would support the city council in reaffirming their support for Prop 17, making our citizens whole and giving them back complete citizenship as part of the American society. Thank you.
Thank you. The person with the phone number ending 5140, welcome.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, if you get enough dollars to vote, you're going to have a country that looks like Venezuela. You guys know this, And you know that if you allow people like this to participate in a democracy, it's going to be a disaster. And look at what's happened to all these Democrat-run cities. Look at Oregon, look at Washington. All those people who get arrested for doing all these horrible things, like setting fires, smashing windows, and murdering people. You think they should be able to vote? I bet everyone on that city council probably in your mind says yes. But you really know you should say no, right? You should vote. You should have a yes position to amend this Constitution so these people cannot vote. They should not be able to vote, or actually, I should say vote no, not yes. You guys need to figure out where your heart is. You need to figure out what your morals, what your values, what your ethics are. That entire council, you guys have sold your souls. You know it. And I'll tell you what, I'd tell you that if I wasn't a religious guy. You have sold your souls. You should be ashamed of yourself. And if you guys want felons to vote, hey, the same felons are the kind of people who spray paint the front of your house, Sam. Were those good people? Did you want those people voting? Because as far as they commit felony.
Thank you. Shay Franco Clausen.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. This is Shay Franco Clausen, resident here in San Jose, and advocating strongly in support of you taking a position to support Proposition 17. You know, unlike the person before me, I believe that a democracy that is equitable and inclusive includes all voices. I think, as the good Reverend Moore had mentioned before.
Creo que como mencionó el reverendo.
Hello?
Please continue.
Okay. Technology these days, right? Yeah. I just think that it's very important that we send a message, as I said in the committee meeting, is that we want to make sure that when we have an equitable and inclusive electoral turnout, that all voices are included. And currently, right now, still holding on to some of those Jim Crow laws that have this cloud over Black and brown people to continue to disenfranchise them, is an opportunity to right those wrongs and give those people who have completed their prison terms, who are in our society, raising their families, paying taxes, they should have a say in the person who represents their children in their schools. They should have a say who should represent their cities, like the 11 people that I'm talking to right now. They should have a say in all of the outcomes of their community. Saying yes to Prop 17 doesn't just return the voter to some people. It makes it more fair. It's very simple. And I believe that once someone has completed their prison term and has reintegrated in their community, they should have the right to vote. Right? The right to vote is a civil liberty that I think we should all have access to. So I want to thank you for your time, and Councilman Carrasco for your leadership. And I hope that my city council here in San Jose will have a support of this proposition. Thank you.
Thank you. Veronica?
Great, thank you, and good afternoon, council members. I am also with Prop 17, and I hope you all take that same stand, as I see many of you displaying a flag that you actually don't even understand what it stands for. It is a shame to see you having the Mexican flag behind you. And yes, I'm talking to you, Doug Davis, Mr. Camas. You have no representation on it, but anyways, Prop 17 should be passed, and we should all be for it, because it allows everyone to have a voice, and we should not be taking out people's voices away, specifically those of color that have been punished for punishments that are not even there, or punishment that the system has put them there. So again, I also am with Prop 17, and we hope to see you all approve it. And as you're wearing that flag that doesn't even represent you, please make sure when you vote that you are having some kind of consideration, because anti-racism is not something you display. It's something you work on. It's something that you do in actions every day. So it is a shame, again, to see my flag, because I am from Mexico, in back of your screens. Shameful. And yes, on Prop 17. Thank you.
Cecilia Chavez?
Yes, we are urging the city council to Well, actually, to vote yes on Prop 17, I don't know actually how much voting, since this will be on the ballot, but this is definitely something to be considered. Everyone deserves the right to vote. For those individuals who are just being released from incarceration, they should have those same rights as everyone else because they are still part of this community. So for us and as an organization for Silicon Valley Debug, we are saying yes on Prop 17 to allow everyone the freedom to vote. And also, you will be hearing, hopefully, by some of the members who are co-sponsoring this bill, such as All of Us Are Not Network, that is also yes on Prop 17. And I'll be sending in some written remarks as well.
Thank you. Cynthia Diaz?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Welcome.
Perfect. Hi, my name is Cynthia Diaz. I'm also with a couple of council members that are supporting this, including Shay Franco, a big leader of our community, Magdalena Carrasco, another great leader of our community. I also just want to ask the community to support Proposition number 17 due to the fact that if people do go to jail and make mistakes, none of us are perfect. We all have something under the rug that we want to cover all the time. And people do make mistakes. They should be allowed to come back to society, pay their taxes, and freely be able to vote. I feel that we shouldn't take people's voice away, because if we don't set up people for success and prepare them through a great path, we're just going to have them go back into the old path. And I'd rather have people come freely into our society, into our community, San Jose, and just start doing things right. We have to be the ones to support them, give them the tools to be able to be successful here in our city, because we're driving next to them, because their kids are in our school. So for that matter, I feel that we should give them the right, fair chance to be able to vote freely like everybody else. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, returning to council. I believe I publicly supported this measure and I intend to vote for it. Councilmember Peralta.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just want to be able to point out that to have an individual on parole, that means that they have served their time incarcerated and have now been released back out into their communities, back out into our public here, and they are on parole. So they're already serving, they've already served their time in prison, and are now back out attempting the challenging process of reintegrating into society. And certainly with the thousands and thousands of individuals that we have incarcerated in our state alone, it is extremely important that as these people come back into society, that they have an opportunity to participate in the democratic process that we have here, rather than be excluded from that as they have been for years. And I do appreciate that the council is taking up a position on this. I have already supported it individually myself, and hope that the council can unanimously support this today.
Thank you. Councilmember Carrasco.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak on this item. And first of all, I wanted to just address one of the concerns that one of the speaker mentioned. You know, it's been so difficult to do a lot of the ceremonies and proclamations that we used to do and that we used to be so proud of when we were in council and in person, and be able to communicate and bring in the folks that we wanted to honor and to acknowledge, and for us to be able to also proclaim certain festivities, and especially for me, September 16th, which is Mexican Independence Day, but Hispanic Heritage Month is, of course, incredibly significant for my district. So I just wanted to mention, you know, I really appreciate all the council members who are willing to put up the different flags that we've requested of everybody. It's a different way of doing business, and it's a different way of showing some solidarity, because we can't be there in person. We can't sign the proclamations in person. So I do appreciate We have differences in policies and in our opinions, but in terms of standing in solidarity, I do appreciate each and every one of you who takes up our request to put up, whether it's for Planned Parenthood or for our Heritage Months. So I want to thank you for doing that. So regarding Proposition 17, I think that this is such an important proposition, and I would love it if our council colleagues stood in solidarity and showed the rest of the state that the city of San Jose supports our folks who are trying to get their lives back on track. Many of them are contributing to the communities and to society in such positive ways. They're paying taxes, they started their families, or they've been reunited with their families. But if you are currently incarcerated or if you are on parole, you cannot vote. And lo and behold, I have to tell you that this was an educational process for me because, shame on me, I hadn't actually been aware of the fact that people in California who were on probation or I should say on parole couldn't vote. And this is such an antiquated notion, such an antiquated law, and it started, unfortunately, during the time of slavery. And it was a way of controlling individuals based on white supremacy and based on notions that individuals didn't have that right. And it was a way of disenfranchising people, and it was a way of also suppressing the vote. And so it's an antiquated notion, it's an antiquated concept, it's an antiquated law that needs to be changed because we have all said it one way or the other that voter engagement is the best democracy that we could possibly live in. Unlike the individual that called in a little bit earlier today, I believe that we want to make sure that everybody has a voice and that we have an opportunity to get people engaged in their community. And we have seen statistics that folks who are coming out of jail, who are re-entering, who are doing everything that they can to get their lives back on track after the, whatever mishap they had, whatever mistakes they made, whatever poor judgment they exercised, that when they are fully engaged in their community, there's less opportunity for them to make similar mistakes and end up in the same situation. So I urge the council to consider supporting I'm sorry, I don't know if I just lost all of you guys. Oh, there you are. I urge you to support Proposition 17. Let me just give you a very quick statistic. About 50,000 Californians have returned home from prison, and they're, like I said, they're working and they're trying to get their lives back in order. The last thing I'm going to say is we have some great folks who are supporting Proposition 17. We have the League of Women Voters, the Anti-Recidivism Coalition, ACLU. Of course, we have our Assembly Member Khalra, Kansan Chu, who are supporting Proposition 17. And I ask that the City of San Jose do the same and be leaders in this as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Carrasco. Councilmember Arenas.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to also proclaim my support for Prop 17. I will be voting for it as well. And in last week's rules, I thought, Vice Mayor, we had also set this for the last item. So I didn't want the mayor to think that we had undone anything. Anyhow, I wanted to just mention something that I had mentioned during rules, and that voting is not a privilege, it's a right. And it's a right that states like Vermont and Maine have maintained for incarcerated people through their sentences. And so as we think of ourselves as a progressive state, we are truly not. There's even other states like Florida we are seeing and battling out in the courts right now because some of those folks who have been convicted of felonies who are now on release now have to pay fines and restitution in order to vote. And so that's a pay to vote system that now it's being created. So we have to, even though we passed this law now, we have to be vigilant and make sure that we don't get caught up in any of those schemes in the future. But I'm very happy that we are giving this right back to the people who have served their time and who are not bowed back into our society. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Foley?
Gracias, Concejal Foley.
Thank you. I'm going to support Prop 17 as well. I think it's a really an important piece of legislation. We should not be discriminating against a group of people who have gone to jail, paid their time for the crime that they committed, and are released and attempting to assimilate back into society. We should welcome them as much as we possibly can. A few years ago, it became illegal for an employer to ask the question whether you've been on parole or whether you're on parole or on probation. And that is one way that allows those who have been released from jail to get jobs without incriminating themselves on a past history. That's really an important work, because when you ask that question, it may change your mind as an employer whether you want to hire that person or not. So the fact that we're removing that is really, really important. That's one way that we can allow these individuals to contribute to society again. The other is by allowing them the opportunity to vote and contribute to society in a much greater way. We need their voice. Their voice is important. They've paid their time. It's time to let them come back into society, and we should welcome them with open arms.
Thank you. Councilmember Kraska.
Just one last, thank you so much, everybody, for those who are willing to support. Again, I also just want to thank the local committee who's been working really hard on this. Sometimes these are the propositions that are really tough for some folks to be convinced on it, but they've been really working hard at it, especially Shay, who just spoke a second ago. I just wanted to extend my gratitude to her. This is the hard work that needs to be done, so I just wanted to make sure that I appreciated her.
Thank you, Councilmember Diep.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. So I'll join everybody. I'm pretty sure this will be unanimous support for Prop 17. Just to echo everyone's sentiments, you know, we, as a lawyer, when we deal with the criminal justice system, we have statutes and standards and maybe perhaps even mandatory minimums for certain crimes. When people are convicted, they serve those that time, and when they're released back to society, they should gain the full rights and privileges of citizenship. You know, everyone has a past, and that past should not determine one's future. And I think in our society, we do often have other hurdles that are presented before people who have come out of the criminal justice system unnecessarily. Councilmember Foley mentioned ban the box previously, and those sorts of things. I'll always be in support of. So I'll be supportive of this as well.
All right, thank you. Any other comments? All right, we have a motion. Is that right?
Move to approve.
Second.
We do now. Thank you, Councilmember Esparza. Tony, let's vote.
This is Tony. I thought Henry talked to you that this was agendized to be heard in the evening, so we need to take action in the evening. So public speaker, it's agendized to be heard last, so we need to bring it back last in case there are public speakers who are expecting it to be last.
Okay, it was misprinted on my my note sheet, so that's fine.
Right, your note sheet did have an error.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go on to 4.2, the release of police department video footage. We'll hear this concurrently with 4.3, and I believe 4.4. Is that right, Dave?
That's correct, Mayor.
Okay.
So I'll get started here, and then we'll have the team jump in. I wanted to provide some contextual and framing comments, and certainly state what everyone knows. Our city, like the rest of the country, really at a pivotal point. Situations such as George Floyd and Jacob Blake cases have really intensified tensions between protesters and police, and really resulting in distress, frustration, and a call for change. And although these incidents didn't occur in our city, we know that we're not perfect, and we are certainly not exempt from the heated national dialogue going on right now. But also, as emotionally charged as this conversation is, it is crucial that we create a space to hear and learn from those representing really all sides of the issue. And so it's imperative that we listen to the community voice, and it's also imperative that we listen to the police voice, as they both share a strong desire for procedural justice and community safety. So commitment to this community work and our police are not mutually exclusive. And I see my job as leading the workforce, listening to the community, listening to the council, and driving change that will improve outcomes for all, especially those who need it most. And I think as an organization, we have shown that we are dedicated to understanding systemic racism and its effects on our Black and Brown communities. It has been a challenging time for us all. Certainly it has been for me. I'm listening, I'm learning, I'm growing, and I'm committed to our community, our workforce, and our police officers. And as a workforce, as in a community, we are learning with the goal of improving the lives and livelihoods of communities and people that have been systematically left out. And we are committed to this work. At the same time, our police department has made tremendous efforts over the past few years to modernize and make improvements to policies and practices. And as our police chief has stated many times, there continues to be much more work to do. And I have complete confidence and trust that both our police department rank and file and our police department leadership will continue to embrace any needed changes that we are making. So we have in front of us 3 police items, and this is really where we are collectively making additional progress on our police reform plan. Underpinning our efforts will be ensuring that our policing policies and practices are considerate of all of our diverse community and provide justice and safety for everyone in San Jose. So we have 3 items. The first item is 4.2, the release of the police department video footage. The second item is 4.3, the police department duty manual amendments. And finally, the third item is 4.4, the preliminary after action report. And before I turn it over to the police department for their presentation, I just want to offer a little bit of perspective on the preliminary after action report. This is an area where I have a fair amount of experience. After action reports are common practice, and the report in front of the council today is really an internal examination of the police department's response to the protests. It's intended to provide the police chief with information and recommendations to make improvements for future responses in an effort to build community trust. However, it is only the first step. The independent police auditor will be coordinating an independent after action report. That report will engage the community for their feedback. As the police department's report is very helpful as a review of internal operations, we also look forward to the completion of the independent report that has community's perspective included. These 2 reports will clearly help inform our public safety reform efforts with the community, specifically around the use of force and reimagining police work. I also want to take a little time for a public service announcement. We want to make sure the public feels welcome to speak on any of these items or future police items. We also want to remind members of the public, if they wish to file a formal complaint about San Jose PD or an officer, you need to contact the Office of the Independent Police Auditor or the Police Department's Internal Affairs Unit. Statements made during public comment are not monitored by the IPA or Internal Affairs. And so you can contact either one of those offices to make a formal complaint. I commit to uplifting our community members who need it the most, also while supporting the difficult and often dangerous work of our police officers. And so I'm going to hand it over to Chief Knopf for a combined presentation on all 3 items. Dave?
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Mayor and Council, as the City Manager alluded to, we have 3 items today. The first 2 have previously been heard. We're returning on those for discussion, and then one new item, the after action report. I have today with me Acting Assistant Chief David Tyndall and Captain Jason Dwyer, who will be assisting in the presentation and questions. I'll start out with item 4.2, which is the release of the police department videos. As you're aware, 3 videos were released on last Friday, September 11th in coordination with the city manager's office. These videos were highly publicized encounters of protests that occurred during the first week of May 29th through June 7th, involving protesters and San Jose police officers, and as requested by the council, and these were the incidents of extraordinary public interest. As part of the police reforms work plan, we plan to return to council with a new process and policy on future video releases for these types of incidents. Specific to the 3 videos that were released, the videos were selected as the most visually relevant to the specific identified incidents that council requested. The videos were edited with text to show the video content or context. The videos included unedited raw footage of the events. And I wanted to reiterate the fact that not only did we provide a contextual video of the events, but at the end are the unedited raw footage of those events. And each of these videos can be found on our website at www.sjpd.org. Moving to item 4.3, and this is again a return item regarding the duty manual sections. And as you're aware, on June 12th of this year, directives were approved by City Council for the revisions or additions to San Jose Police Department the San Jose Police Department Duty Manual. The following 6 revisions address those directives. Number 1 was to create a policy that establishes a minimum age for which minors can be placed into handcuffs. California law establishes the minimum age for booking minors at juvenile hall is 12 years old for all but 5 very serious offenses, which are covered in section 602A of the Welfare and Institutions Code. The department is creating the duty manual section L, as in Lincoln, 3011.5, which will include the following wording. Minors under 12 years old should not be placed in handcuffs unless the minor is being arrested for having committed an offense for which the minor can be taken into custody per 602A of the Welfare and Institutions Code. The exception to that is minors under 12 years old may be handcuffed when being actively violent towards themselves or others. However, the handcuffs should be removed as soon as it is safe or practical to do so. Directive number 2 was to establish a policy within section C 1418.5 of the duty manual that prohibits the practice of hiring recruits with body art that is considered racist and or associated with hate groups. The department has a standing practice to investigate the tattoos of police applicants as part of the hiring and background process and screens out applicants with racially offensive and hate-oriented body art. The department recognizes the value and explicitly including this in the duty manual as a public expression of our values. The following language has been added to duty manual section L1418.5. Quoted as prohibited body art. Having body art that depicts racist ideals or is associated with a hate group shall be a bar to being hired as a police officer or police recruit with the department. Directive number 3 was to prohibit officers from covering their badges and require them to provide their name and badge number upon request. Existing department policy requires officers to wear their badge on their outermost uniform or when in plain clothes. The following language will be added to duty manual sections S is in Sam 1114 and S is in Sam 1118. So the first section, S 1114, is wearing of the regulation badge, and it states, the display of a badge is necessary for the maintenance of accountability to the community we serve. Personnel will not cover the badge on their outermost garment. The note to that is the purpose of this section is to maintain the department's accountability to the community, and it is not intended to create a punitive circumstance when personnel inadvertently or momentarily cover the badge in the performance of their duty. And an example is given there that as temporarily covering the badge with a carrying strap or sling. The second duty manual section is C 1409 that requires the duty manual. And this already requires officers, this section already requires officers to identify themselves upon request. And as far as I know, it's been in effect for the last 20 years, but the existing section states, consistent with officer safety and the protection of the public, department members, while acting in an official capacity, will supply their name, rank, and position, and similar identifying information in a professional manner to any person who may inquire. Officers will identify themselves when requested by using an incident card or department-approved business card. Number 4 directive was explore the use of no-knock entries where the warrant has been acquired unless there is a reasonable and articulable belief that evidence may be destroyed by knocking. By default, officers must announce themselves. The department reviewed our existing duty manual language compared to most best practices, and we are changing 2 policies. These policies are L 4803 and L 4805 of the duty manual section, or the duty manual. L 4803 is where announcement is required and states, prior to entering a residence or other premises by a warrant, probation or parole search, or under exigency, officers will comply with the following requirement, except when exempt under the next section I'll cover, which is L 4805. That announcement that is required includes a knock, identifying oneself as a peace officer, describing the purpose or authority to enter, demanding entry, and waiting a reasonable amount of time before entering to allow the occupants to either voluntarily admit the officer or refuse to admit the officer. The second duty manual section I'll cover deals with exigent circumstances. That section, which is titled when less than full compliance with the announcement requirement is justified by exigent circumstances. Officers may make entry without full compliance with the announcement requirements set forth in the previous section, 4803, when an exigency arises prior to or during the execution of a search or seizure. An exigency arises when an officer can point to specific facts which exist at the time of entry, which would lead a person of ordinary care and prudence to entertain a reasonable belief that compliance with the announcement requirement would either result in imminent danger to life of the officer or innocent residents or other innocent persons on or about the premises, or unreasonably frustrate the arrest. There's a note to this section that states in order to reduce the risk of violent resistance, officers should at a minimum announce themselves as being law enforcement officers while making entry. However, in rare circumstances such as hostage rescues or active shooter scenarios, it may be more tactically sound and therefore acceptable not to announce an officer's entry. one of the, I know that the council had talked about the destruction of evidence. And the department believed that by removing the exemption associated with preserving evidence in the policy, because in the balance, the associated risks are not worth the benefits. It's in the memo there, and it's kind of the standard that we're doing now. Number 5 is restructuring hiring protocols and standards with the emphasis on hiring well-rounded, experienced officers that range in age, have high educational attainment, and come from diverse backgrounds and demographics. The values expressed in this directive are consistent with the existing police department practices. The department has for decades required 2 or more years of formal education beyond the state mandate for peace officers. In recognition of the value of well-rounded life experience, we created a process to substitute military service for some of the educational requirements. Our recruiting practices seek out candidates from a broad spectrum of communities. The department continues to grow in diversity as a result of our ongoing efforts to improve recruitment and hiring practices. An example of our success in this area is that in our January 2020 Academy, graduates included 20 ethnicities and 16 spoken languages. The department recognizes the value in always seeking to improve our recruiting and hiring practices. The department is adding the following language to Duty Manual Section S2203, which more clearly expresses the department's philosophy in recruiting and hiring. And that section now reads, to obtain the highest caliber candidates possible, the department will maintain an emphasis on hiring well-rounded, experienced candidates that range in age, have high educational attainment, and come from diverse backgrounds and demographics. Directive number 6 is prohibit the use of kinetic impact projectiles, i.e. rubber or foam bullets within a dense crowd as a measure of crowd control, and take this action immediate. On June 16th of this year, the department prohibited the use of projectile impact weapons against persons for the purpose of crowd control and crowd dispersals. The section contains specific language reminding officers of their duty for accuracy and directs them to consider alternate solutions when the crowd density creates an unnecessary risk of striking individuals against whom the projectile impact weapon is not intended. And this is under Duty Manual Section 2629.5. Copies of all these duty manual sections are attached to our July 27th memorandum in Appendix A through F. In addition, we issued a supplemental memorandum that further clarifies remaining force options during violent protests. At this point, I'll hand things over to Acting Assistant Chief Dave Tyndall, who will cover the after action report.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, City Council, and City Manager Sykes. I'm Acting Assistant Chief of Police Dave Tyndall, and today I'm presenting the Police Department preliminary after action report. On May 25th, 2020, George Floyd, an African-American male, died at the hands of the Minneapolis Police Department. During the subsequent days, public outrage fueled by long-standing tension between the African-American community and police over other controversial police encounters fueled protests and rioting throughout the nation. On May 29th, 2020, a planned peaceful protest took place in San Jose, ultimately erupting into a chaotic and violent event that presented both tactical and operational challenges for the San Jose Police Department. What initially began as a peaceful George Floyd solidarity action morphed into the complete closure of US Highway 101. This led to subsequent acts, which included violence against stranded motorists and damage to many police vehicles, which you may have seen on the media. Approximately 2 hours into the protest, at around 4:30 p.m., the San Jose Police Department issued its first unlawful assembly and dispersal order as a result of the ensuing violence and property damage. This after-action report details the subsequent events leading up to and thereafter. I'd first like to take an opportunity to thank the staff involved in the creation of this document. They consisted of sworn and civilian staff, command, and officers who worked tirelessly to allow this presentation before you today. They were directed to produce a candid, transparent, and detailed report of the department's actions during the operational timeline. This report was constructed in a mere 6 weeks, which pales in comparison to the norm, which can take months and sometimes years to prepare. At this point, I would like to explain or take a moment to explain what an after-action report is. An after-action report is a document that details an incident or group of incidents that is used to determine operational challenges and identify what can be improved upon. It is common in large-scale deployments and is customary here in San Jose and at the San Jose Police Department. It is used to make recommendations both internally and externally. And as a point of context, this after-action report covers the time period of May 29th through June 7th, which we will call from this point on the operational timeline. Let me discuss what an after-action report is. It is a detailed timeline of events as we know them today. It is a critical operational review of issues faced, actions taken, and decisions made. It gives recommendations on training, policy, and equipment. And it is part of an overall review document to be included with the independent after-action report. What this after-action report is not. It is not a detailed account of incidents and actions currently under investigation and also litigation. It is not a complete review to include community input, which in this case was hampered by the tight timeline and by restrictions placed by COVID-19. And lastly, it is not a final document on recommendations and changes this police department is undertaking as part of the police reforms work plan. This department's objective in this and any protest is to preserve and facilitate First Amendment rights and allow for peaceful demonstrations while managing crowds and reducing disruption in surrounding neighborhoods and businesses. When a demonstration is peaceful, these dual objectives balance naturally. However, when elements of a protest devolve into violence, looting, and vandalism, the department is expected to protect the community and restore order. This burden rests with law enforcement leaders who are forced to make complex decisions in a dynamic and sometimes chaotic environment, offering little time to prepare. We as a department recognize that we're not perfect. We also recognize the fact that we are not a perfect profession. We realize that there are failures and things that we can and should improve upon. We also realize that we have a solemn duty to protect and respond to the over 1 million residents in San Jose, which we do day in and day out. As part of this review, we looked at many things. What is being identified here is not all inclusive and is a true starting point as we move forward. We looked at deployment and enhanced staffing. How do we better prepare? What are the triggers for deployment? Who will deploy and when will it deploy? We looked at use of force and some of what you've seen earlier today, changes of policy. We looked at the way in which force is applied. Some examples include projectile weapons in crowds, how we issue dispersal orders and what the content shall be, and how we move forward with the use of force, knowing its importance in what we do every day. We took a look at citywide looting, arson, and property damage, and how can we better protect our businesses and neighborhoods. We looked at what in line with deployment, how we can handle 911 calls in the rest of the city while balancing a protest and managing citywide response times. We looked at how our tactics evolved and the evolution of these tactics to subsequent protests. We've had and continue to have protests since this operational timeline that have reached well over 100 protests. We have been present at each and every one of these protests and have monitored, even though those do not know that we were there. They have, with few exceptions, all been peaceful since then. And all this document identified 37 recommendations contained with 5 key preliminary findings. These findings included training, staffing and deployment, policy and protocols, some of which have already been enacted, what equipment and technology can better serve us in serving our community, and working with the media as partners through various uses and means. This concludes the presentation, and I thank you and look forward to questions.
Okay, back to you, Chief. Anything further?
No, I think this, Mayor, concludes our joint presentation, and the whole team's here for questions.
Okay. We'll go to the community now. Now, I understand that we've got really 3 items that have been merged. Many of them overlap in different ways. So what I'd like to do is to give members of the community 3 minutes to speak so they can speak. If they want to speak on multiple items, they have time to do so. I expect a lot of the comments on one may be related to another, so we'll try to hear it all together. We'll begin with Sharon Denoa.
Hi, this is Sharon Denoa with the South Bay Coalition End Human Trafficking. This is regarding the recommendation that was put forth by Councilmember Arenas that would include language in the duty manual for officers to offer services and an advocate to survivors of various forms of gender-based violence or child abuse. And many of our agencies agree and support this recommendation. We know that many specialized units already use this approach, including the Special Victims Unit. This change to the duty manual would make the approach consistent across the department and is really a best practice. We do want to emphasize that just operationalizing this is not enough. We don't want to punish law enforcement for not complying, but we really want them to understand the importance of services, and that's best accomplished through training and partnership with CBOs. We know that connecting survivors to confidential advocates as early as possible provides an opportunity for stabilization and really invites their participation with the criminal justice system. So we just want to emphasize we really appreciate partnership with law enforcement, and we're looking forward to enhancing our collaboration. Thank you.
Scott Largent.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Scott Largent. I'm just making sure you can actually hear me.
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay, great, thank you. I pulled to the side of the road. I want to obey the law here in the city of San Jose. Kind of multitasking today. Now, I was able to review the footage that was released by the police department, and things just are not meshing up. I was fortunate I was able to obtain video of what really happened with those kids that were being chased into the motorcycle. I was also able to capture video of San Jose State students being chased through the park. A couple of them were pushed on the ground. Other ones were shot with rubber bullets. It was just wild because it was just a small amount of kids trying to make their way back to the other side of to campus, basically. The Bank of America gig, you guys can't keep pushing that. Okay, I've done my research. You guys know I talked to everybody. It never happened. That bank was not getting robbed. And guess who was standing right there with his camera? Scott was. I talked to the gentleman that was boarding up Bank of America. His truck was out there. His hazard lights were on. His ladder was out there. His tools were out there. It was obvious what he was doing. And when the San Jose Police Department arrived, when that young man was hit by the bike, basically they played a cat and mouse game. They pushed him back from 2nd and 3rd Street down San Fernando, and they had these kids running. They were running up and down and around. You know, and it's great that we have video that can show what really happened, but, you know, it's time to fess up. All I'm hearing is excuses right now. I read the report. It's horrible. We made a mistake, and let's be prepared if really bad protesting does happen. The residents of San Jose are not the usual suspect. Okay, I'm downtown a lot. I've gotten to know a lot of the elderly, the homeless, the youth. I mean, these poor kids downtown right now, they get hassled by the cops all the time. They're stopping, they're frisking them. They're just treating them like garbage. And these are the youth of our community. And this is San Jose. And when you look over the initial videos of this protesting, Nobody was breaking windows. Nobody was damaging cars. And don't take the one incident that happened with that nutbag that hopped out on the freeway and started smashing things. He was not part of this group. Okay. I was able to put videos up when this thing started. I was with Robert Aguirre. We drove up on the protest. It was really impressive to see. It was really impressive to see faith leaders, community leaders, activists. I mean, I was really excited. And then you guys started to use them as target practice. And don't put this thing that you're all afraid and you thought they were going to hurt you. This is not what was happening. And then I was able to afterwards go up and down the streets with the camera. I was filming all the rubber bullets, the cartridges. There was no broken windows. What a bunch of graffiti. There was no looting. So take that out of your report because there was no, I mean, it's just sad. So thank you.
Thank you. Megan Swift.
Hi, my name is Megan Swift and I live and vote in District 6. I'm a 48-year-old mother of 2 teens and an active volunteer of Sacred Heart Community Center, Surge, and other community-based groups. I was at Plaza Cesar Chavez on May 29th. I arrived at 8:30 in the evening, ready to stand peacefully with my fellow San Jose neighbors. By 9:10, I had seen young and old shot indiscriminately with rubber bullets, not the ground. I felt flash grenades and burnt from pepper gas. I was struck with a baton repeatedly by one officer while 6 other officers did nothing to stop or intervene. I was lawfully and peacefully gathering and was met with an aggressive, unprofessional, and what Chief Garcia now admits, poorly trained and unprepared police force. They were given munitions to meet the public, but were not properly trained. The police exacted violence on a crowd that I did not see fight back. I know I didn't. Not giving the city council access to the videos is a huge breach of trust between the council and, more importantly, the public they are to protect. If San Jose Police Department has to hide what they did, you know they realize just how wrong their actions were. And I will add that I did file a complaint via the Santa Clara County website. Had I not sent a separate email with photos of my bruises, I would not have found out that the website did not work. A friend who was with me, also hit by the same officer, she too used the website and called confirming that her complaint never made it to the Office of the Independent Police Auditor. You want the public to trust the City Council and San Jose Police Department? You need to work harder. Listen to your community groups and change. Please fix this wrong and drop all the curfew and failure to disperse charges from the days of the protest. And that's just a start. San Jose Police Department, you broke my trust. I teach my girls never to call the police. You do not help the community. You help yourselves, and shame on you for that. It took 3 days for the protests to be peaceful because on day 4, the police stopped showing up. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. The person with the phone number ending 5140.
Any people that are from the San Jose Police Department listening to this, you should all be ashamed of yourselves. Every single one of you, including the police chief, who's the big quitter of the year. Back in 2016, in June of 2016, San Jose PD stood back as Trump supporters were violated. Over 250 San Jose police officers and the other loser department, Santa Clara County sheriffs, sat back and played pocket pool while people were being beat down and assaulted. You guys did absolutely nothing. 4 years later, all of a sudden, you guys got some bravado, and I can't believe the amount of people complaining when there's a violent protest. I mean, the people who were assaulted, the Trump supporters who were assaulted, you, Sam Liccardo, and Quitter, that's his new name, Quitter, you guys were forced into an apology because you did not protect the citizens. You gave, Sam, you gave orders to the police department to stand down because Trump wasn't your candidate. You wanted Hillary Clinton. That's who you wanted. And take a look at her now. What a crazy lunatic she is. You people always vote for the wrong thing. You know what it is? That's you, Sam, and that whole city council. You think you're sophomores in college. That's what you think you are, and that's how you act. You're a disgrace, Sam. The San Jose Police Department is a disgrace. The city council is a disgrace. The DA, what a loser he is. And the Santa Clara County Sheriff is a loser. Lori Smith, selling gun permits and everything else. All of you should be ashamed of yourselves. It's disgusting what you do every single week. I mean, I swear to God, listening to this is like watching a bad train wreck. It's why I'm listening and calling in every week, because it's unbelievable what you people do. It's disgusting. And San Jose Police Department, I'm gonna start calling you guys a pansy patrol. Maybe you should start getting people from the Billy DeFrank Center to work for your police department. That's who you guys need. And the felons and everybody else you people support. You guys need to get the dregs of humanity in your department to make it even worse than it already is. Because I'll tell you what, all these people who you support, I want you to call on them when you're in trouble. See what kind of support you get, because you ruined the middle class voter. You ruined the relationship. You should be ashamed of yourselves, every fucking one of you people.
I'm going to terminate this statement now. Ana Maria?
Thank you. I'm a psychotherapist, a small business owner in Campbell, family member to police officers in 2 different counties, and a member of PAC's beloved community team. We urge you to pass a thorough ban on foam projectiles. The public execution of George Floyd was a blatant and explicit example of complete lack of empathy and compassion. These are terms reserved in our diagnostic manual for sociopaths and psychopaths. Clearly, we do not believe that our police officers are completely devoid of empathy. What leads them to be so dismissive of the humanity of their fellow community members? I hope you ask yourself. Your answer lies in front of you in the after-action report, evidence of a mindset of a military and racialized response to suppress those that dare to express dissent, a policing structure that continues to fail to hold violent and racist cops legally accountable for their crimes. These ideologies are parallel to those put forth by the School of the Americas, responsible for brainwashing and training police and child soldiers to murder their own family members in Latin American countries. Be warned, if the current course of policing in our nation is not disrupted, we are headed down a very destructive and undemocratic path. Hold the department accountable. Failure to do so places ethical cops in danger. Put community engagement and civilian oversight at the center of reimagined, restructured systems for public safety. Please do not accept anything less. Please demonstrate your own capacity for compassion and empathy in the action that you take to protect all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Reverend Nancy Palmer-Jones, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. I'm the Senior Minister at the First Unitarian Church of San Jose, and I too am a member of PAC's beloved community team. About item 4.2, we want to say that the city needs to conduct a thorough and impartial investigation into why the San Jose Police Department failed to produce the videos for months following the requests. They've claimed understaffing, but that just doesn't hold up in the face of other departments that have been able around the country to do what is right. For 4.3, we unequivocally support a full ban on the use of foam projectiles in all situations in our city. A non-lethal weapon that causes life-changing harm to our citizens should not be used under any circumstances. About 4.4 in the after-action report, you will have our detailed letter on this report, but in sum, the San Jose Police Department's lack of preparedness for the May-June protests and its militarized and racialized response has caused real and lasting harm to peaceful citizens and has further broken trust. Please ask the questions today. Please hold the department to account. Truly, this is in the service of every ethical police officer, as well as in the service of our community. Beloveds, on the night of May 29th, when I heard what was happening downtown, my heart broke. The beloved community team has been working closely with you decision makers and with the police department itself to make changes to increase accountability and transparency. I truly believed that in San Jose, we were different. But the behavior that evening of the police department and on the nights to follow showed me that the underlying culture, the attitudes and behaviors of that are allowed among the police officers that are the bad actors do not vary from other communities at all. Please hold the department to account, put community engagement and civilian oversight at the center of reimagined, restructured systems for public safety. Please don't accept anything less. Please get this work done. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Umez Aronini, please forgive me if I mispronounced your name.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Ihoma Umez Aronini. I am the Director of Compassion and Justice Ministries at the River Church Community and a member of PAC's Beloved Community Team. We urge you to pass a thorough ban on foam projectiles. We unequivocally support the full ban on the use of these projectiles or rubber bullets in all situations in our city. They are classified as non-lethal weapons, but they do cause life-changing harm, and they should not be used in any circumstances. The release of the police videos has been delayed beyond all justification, and I also call for a thorough and impartial investigation into why our police department has failed to produce these for so long after the request. The after action report showed that SJPD was unprepared for the May to June protests and slow to respond to them, despite media coverage of protests in the country and major cities, as well as detailed in the after action report, inter-police agency communications. After all that, the response was slow. And the collective impact of the report is to really undermine community trust. And I wanted to just give a few examples of how it undermines trust. There is incendiary language throughout the report, referring to the arrested peaceful protesters as prisoners, and recommendations for prisoner processing of peaceful protesters. And additionally, on May 31st, I led my congregation and other faith congregations in a peaceful solidarity march around City Hall. The march, which was entirely streamed on Facebook Live for transparency, was abruptly ended by police firing projectiles at demonstrators. And yet, the entirety of Section 6 of the After Action Report omits this completely. In Section 16, it does list several types of projectiles that were deployed that day, but the hiding of these actions to the very end of the report erodes trust and in the transparency and accountability of the report. So I urge the council to build trust with our community and to put community engagement and civilian oversight at the center of a reimagined and restructured system for public safety. I just highlighted a few. We have included a letter on behalf of PAC Beloved Community, just to affirm with more concrete examples. But I wanted to state that the work that we have put in to build relationships, to grow trust, to establish policies and procedures to increase transparency and humanize all participants in our dialogue in our community seems to only have been a surface level, and there's much work to be done. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sparky Harlan. Welcome.
Hi, Sparky Harlan, CEO of Bill Wilson Center, and I live downtown San Jose. I want to specifically focus on the issue of what age or when you should handcuff minors. Bill Wilson Center often takes referrals from San Jose PD, and quite often when they're transported to Bill Wilson Center, these young people are always transported in handcuffs, regardless of the situation. It could be a homeless street kid picked up, they're cuffed and brought to us. It could be a kid who's having issues around suicide ideation, they're handcuffed and brought to us. Research shows that when you lock a minor up because of brain development or you cuff them, their suicide ideation goes way up. They're more likely to commit suicide or to have an episode where they run away from our facility because of that cuffing situation. Most of the best practices around the country are talking about not cuffing minors of any age unless it's really, they're a danger to the law enforcement and they're 14 and over. Nobody is cuffing 13-year-olds. Jackson, Mississippi has a policy against cuffing 13-year-olds. So I'd really like us to sit down to look at the best practices across the country and set up a policy that really works best. So we're not cuffing young people for a 5150 transportation. We're not cuffing them just to transport to Bill Wilson Center. We're not cuffing kids to teach them a lesson, but we're only doing it when it's a danger to the officer that's transporting it, which is really a rare situation. So I would ask you to really look at broadening the policy that you're proposing of only under 12. We haven't committed a 602 offense because you really are narrowing it too much. And I would love to work with your department more on sort of carving out those exceptions rather than a broad sweep of locking up so many young people in handcuffs. Thank you.
Thank you. Blair Beekman?
Hi, thank you. I think we should all agree the 200-page report is from mostly from the police department, and that there should be other comprehensive reports from the city manager's office and the IPA that will have the same city council public process sometime soon. The technology asked in this report may very much be inappropriate for what should be the purpose of the reports to our community at this time. In its 5 years of existence in San Jose, there has yet to be an open public policy for the drone program. The city of San Jose should not be allowed drone technology in law enforcement situations until there are more developed open public policies for the UAS. Open public policies that should not be rushed. Your ask of more drone use at this time in the report should be a clear warning what to expect in the next few years if you demand more LRAD sound cannons at this time as well. Beside the ideas of this report, should have mentions of important mentions of de-escalation tactics that should have been used around 4:30 p.m. May 29th. A simple reminder that in these times of COVID-19, open public policy practices are simply the bridge to the purposes of our lives and what makes happiness, trust, and good dialogue for all sides. Open public policy ideas and democratic principles simply builds upon our better human ideals and practices as a society, community, and government, and is the true measure of how a society stays together, more than your ask of new technology at this time. The Bay Area has been very much saved by the good work and efforts of both elected officials and community and government staff in Oakland, Berkeley, and San Francisco. It has been a lot of relief and why the San Francisco Bay Area is not acting and working like Portland at this time. San Jose city government has been allowed something of a privilege in study, research, and thought on subjects as diverse as equity and local community energy, and how this can address the future, a better future of reform, defund, restructuring, and demilitarization. San Jose may need to consider some old habits, patterns, and ideas no longer working. We have all simply seen something of the idea we are at the point in the time of our lives that we can begin to better address the military, the prison military industrial complex, and what can be more peaceful, sustainable future. We're looking at its end, basically, of the military industrial complex. And from this, we need to ask ourselves as a community to participate more in the ideas of policing itself. It feels incredibly hurtful, arrogant, and frustrating the mayor and city government of San Jose, being from Silicon Valley and its own past history of military rule and technology, may feel they are above these ideas and concepts in what is being asked to be studied at this time, and what open public policy ideas can help bridge and accomplish for all of us in San Jose. Thank you.
Thank you. Mitch Mencken?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Welcome.
Great. Hi, Mitch Mencken. I called in today to ask a question.
I want to know what accountability has there been for officers who escalated a peaceful protest on May 29th into a police riot? By attacking peaceful protesters, the SJPD created a violent situation. And everyone has seen the Jared UN videos by now. But let's not forget about Captain Jason Dwyer, who gave the order to fire rubber bullets and tear gas at peaceful protesters that day, May 29th. What consequences has Captain Dwyer faced? Has there been any discipline or accountability for these violent police officers? I look forward to your response, council members. To my knowledge, there has been none. We need effective oversight of the police department by the IPA and by our elected city council. The city should not, cannot sign any more contracts with the police union that shield violent police from accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. Veronica?
Great, thank you so much, City Council. And I am here as well speaking on what the police was created for, right? The police here in America, and I think everywhere else, was created to police slaves. And what are they doing now? They're still doing the same thing they were created to, right? Upholding those white supremacy ideals, policing Black, Indigenous, and brown people and undocumented people. We need to make sure that they're a band of Projectile, no violence, and maybe defunding them is the best way to go about it. We need to make sure that we are holding law enforcement accountable. And that just doesn't mean the police, but also the DA. As we see, the DA has done nothing at all to really hold police accountable. So we need to make sure that everybody overall is held accountable. We also need to protect the most vulnerable, which are Black, brown, and undocumented citizens. And as you might not see them as citizens, they are our citizens. And we need to put at the center the community oversight, increase transparency on overall, and keep any law enforcement out of our school. Just like the previous speaker, we gotta make sure that no cuffing at any young age. I know y'all did it until 12, but seriously, 12, they're still children. They're not even a teenager for you to handcuff. And you need to make sure that the police are stayed out of schools. Right now, San Jose Unified School District, there is a equity coalition of parents, community members, teachers going on that are trying to take that police out of the schools. And you know why? Because we have seen over and over again the school to prison pipeline, and we need to eliminate that, because the school to prison pipeline, the most affected are Black students, students of color, and our Indigenous students and undocumented students that are not giving the right, they're not giving anything as anybody of you sitting there would give your children. Again, no handcuffing of any young children, and make sure that you're not just supporting this here, that law enforcement accountability and transparency, but you're going into your schools that you support within your district and making sure that there is no law enforcement in there. There's no police or SROs in any of the schools, because it is just unbelievable of the tragedies that have happened. We can pull out data and see how many students have been going into prison, into the school to prison pipeline. And you know who are the most affected? The students with special ed, special needs. And those are the ones that are always left behind, our undocumented Black special ed students and our immigrant students. Again, I urge you to please not just support it here, but go to the schools and make sure that they are taken out, and make sure that there is a community oversight in schools where parents know what they're doing, and as well as teachers, and we're making sure that our students are actually safe as well as our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Harriet Wolf.
Hi, thank you. I'm a member of Congregation Sher Hadash and a longtime community leader with PACT. I'm also a member of PACT's Beloved Community Team. We urge you to pass an absolute ban on rubber bullets. And I'd like to say that I thought the after action report by the police department was very disappointing. It was full of excuses. They weren't prepared, even though they cited all the prior warning they had. They haven't trained their people, and they said, well, maybe now we should improve our training. They have inadequate communication to call up off-duty officers to help in a situation like this, but they still are setting the stage for asking for more military equipment, like an airplane for surveillance. The San Jose Police Department's militarized and racialized response caused real harm to peaceful citizens, people I know personally. We can't bear this broken trust any longer. The department must be held to account, put community engagement and civilian oversight at the center of a reimagined, restructured system for public safety. We have an opportunity now that our police chief is retiring to hire a chief who can change the culture of our police department. We propose that a nationwide search be conducted for a new police chief, and that the public help write the job description for that recruiting basis and be involved in the actual selection of the police chief. We need a systemic change, and that starts with the head of the police department. Thank you.
Thank you. Moto G. Sean, we're not able to hear you yet. Sean, we're not able to hear you unless you've got a mute perhaps on your device. Okay, your hand just went down. Moto G, why don't you give that another shot? Okay. I see your hand is up, Moto G. We're not, it appears to be a problem with your device. We're not actually hearing you right now. I'll give you a minute or two to see if you can sort that out. I wanted to thank all the members of the public who came to speak. I appreciate your input. Obviously, we've heard a lot of public input over the last several months, and I suspect we're going to hear a lot more going forward as we embark on a lot of important conversations around how we reimagine policing, how we review our use of force policies more generally. This is an important part of the start of that conversation as we look particularly at the protests, which we know invited a lot of public scrutiny. I'm stalling for time here in part because I know Moto G is trying to talk. I believe that's Sean.
I need to update their Zoom.
Okay,
They
yeah.
look like they're rejoining the meeting.
Yeah, you may want to try to update your Zoom. We'll go back to the council for now. Thank you to the police department for putting together this report. We will have a report from our independent police auditor, I believe, in a couple months as they're reviewing many complaints and obviously analyzing this report. I appreciate this. It's an awful lot of work that went into providing this after action report. I know that there were concerns expressed about curfew violations, and Nora, I believe a report will be coming out soon from the city attorney's office. But did you want to offer just any clarification about what the status is of the curfew violations in the report, and whether the city attorney is going to be filing on curfew violations, and which violations you'd be filing on?
Sure. We received approximately 70 citations and 2 police reports, one of which was extremely long, over 300 pages. We have determined that 60 of those, we received a total of 79 citations. We determined that 60 of them related solely to violations of the curfew and a violation of an order to disperse, which is a penal code violation that our office cannot prosecute. But absent some other type of criminal activity or alleged criminal activity, such as spray painting, throwing objects, those types of things, we are not going to write complaints and prosecute the standalone curfew violations in court. So we received a total of 79 citations from the police department. Of those, 17 contained other penal code violations that we are not able to prosecute and involve the types of things that I just described. Those have been redirected to the DA's office. We had 60 citations that we decided not to go ahead and file complaints on because they were for strictly for being out at the time of the curfew. That was the charge. Some of them had a failure to disperse charge. Almost all of them were in the greater downtown area on May 31st or June 1st. There are 2 that we're still looking at and reviewing body worn camera footage on, but those are the only arrests that came to our office. I don't have information. We haven't been able to find out how many were actually directed to the DA and wouldn't come to our office because they're not the types of cases that we prosecute. We have one prosecutor and a very limited prosecution mandate.
Thank you, Nora. Now, I know there'll be a council conversation about all 3 of these items. I'd recommend, though, that we take the items one by one for purposes of making motions, but we can certainly talk about all of them. I think it might be easier for us to be able to organize our amendments and motions if we simply take the motions one by one. Speaking of which, 4.2, the police video footage item, the subsection C there, and I asked Nora if she could offer her view. What it contemplates that does not say explicitly is the notion that we would essentially enact an ordinance or a council policy of some kind to govern video release until staff comes back with whatever it believes the final policy should be, and then the council can consider it. What I wanted to avoid was having to have another incident come up and somebody say, this is really important, and us say, well, we'll get back to you in a few months when we get to actually enacting an ordinance. And so, Nora, my question is, how can we most expeditiously set essentially a placeholder here that is, assuming the council approves this basic approach, to be able to establish this as the protocol going forward until staff brings back something else?
Okay, I'm not muted. You can do it as a policy. An ordinance may take a little bit of time. Either way, the ordinance is probably the better way to go. I think a little bit of the difficulty is, or might be, language like extraordinary public interest. And it would be helpful to have some clearer direction on what is meant by that.
Well, would determine that, as I understand it. I mean, that's what we're doing today, is we're declaring
right.
the issues to be extraordinary. Now, certainly, whatever language city attorney's office feels would be appropriate, I'm sure would be fine. We can come back and look at that as a council, but ultimately it's a decision made by the policymakers as to what is extraordinary, what's not.
Exactly.
Okay.
It would be, although it's very difficult for staff without, if it's every week, there has to be a discussion on what the policymakers think is extraordinary. Public interest, that's a little bit tough. So we can try to work with that and maybe provide some examples and give everybody information or some guidelines as we go forward.
Nora, my understanding is we already have a process in place in the city where if people want public information and they're not getting it through the normal channels, they go to the Rules and Open Government Committee.
Yes.
And put it on the agenda. And I was imagining something that would be similar to that, something analogous. And a petitioner could come and say, this is an issue of extraordinary public interest. And then there could be a decision either by the Rules Committee or by the council. I don't have any strong preference, but the point would be that we have some method for ensuring that there is a widely disputed issue. We can simply put the video.
We can certainly come up with something to make that work.
Okay. So I guess I would ask for the maker of the motion to include that as whatever motion is made on 4.2 to consider that option, whether it's a council policy ordinance, I leave to the city attorney to decide what would be the best approach. But to come back with something in the short term that enables us to put a process in place until staff, police department, everybody have decided on what they would recommend in a more formal way. Also wanted to, Chief, I wanted to turn your attention to the memorandum on 4.3 from Councilmember Arenas. I know there were some specific recommendations made about specifically duty manual changes. And I suspect, and Councilmember Arenas, maybe you should tell me, I'm guessing with regard to duty manual changes, you're really focusing on items 1B and 1C. Is that right? With regard to requiring officers to provide a police report upon request and ensuring that survivors are provided with contact to the community advocate. Is that right?
Yes, Mayor, this sounds about right. I'm sorry, my screen froze, so I can't get exactly to that number right now, but that sounds about right.
Okay. So I certainly support that. I guess the question I
Mayor,
have,
can you restate that? I'm sorry. I'm the one that made that motion. Could you restate it so I don't miss it? Thank you.
I'm sorry. Councilmember Esparza, I was referring to Councilmember Arenas' memorandum on item 4. Oh, I'm sorry. I said 4.3. I meant to say 4.4 appears. I may have confused you with that.
I think it was 4.4 when we brought it up last. And
Oh,
so
now.
I made the motion that incorporated her memo. So that's why I just want to make sure I'm clear at this point. That's all.
Okay. Forgive me if I just missed it. I may have been at the restroom. Did you just make a motion for several of these?
No, I made a motion and when this came up in August, do you remember the conversation on this item that was 4.4 but is now 4.3? We extended it to a future council meeting. So
Okay.
there's a motion on the floor that I made and Vice Mayor Jones seconded.
Okay.
And then there were a number of people, I can't remember if Councilmember Davis finished speaking on it, but that's why I just want to make sure I'm understanding the clarification on this item.
Yeah, I was assuming that some of these things are appropriate for changes in duty manual and other things, for example, reviewing reports and aligning measurable outcomes are probably not duty manual specific. Am I right making that assumption?
Well, if it's okay, Councilmember Esparza, I know that you made this motion. I apologize. I had to leave that council meeting a bit early. It was the first night of the fires, and for some reason, we probably had all of our windows open. I just got really sick, and so I appreciate Councilmember Esparza you being able to move this forward. The reason that aligning measurable outcomes across law enforcement agencies and community service providers is really to, you're correct in saying that it's not necessarily part of the duty manual per se, but it is part of an effort to be more strategic in terms of what those measurable outcomes are across, whether they're the nonprofits or across even the different units. So that we're all measuring the same things. And as you all know, that if we don't measure things, we don't know whether we're growing or not. And so that was the spirit of aligning measurable outcomes across law enforcement agencies and community service providers. This also has to do with making sure that what we're keeping track of is the same information that maybe the DA is also keeping track of. And so when we talk about statistics, that we are measuring apples to apples. As we move across the different agencies, there's different items that are measured. And so as much as we can, and I think there already is a small working group under Jennifer McGuire and of course our city manager that meets on an ongoing basis to make sure that they have this strategic plan.
I appreciate that, Councilmember. I guess where I was trying to go with is just trying to make sure that Chief Knopf has a really clear idea of what exactly is desired here. And maybe it may help, Chief Knopf, if you want to just describe what you think duty manual changes, what sort of fits in the duty manual, and what generally goes as a sort of direction to the chief to go think about or consider.
Well, that's a great question, because we've been kind of trying to decipher this. And, you know, when we talked about this last time, I wasn't really clear on why this proposal was brought forward. Now, I understand the council members' concerns about, you know, everybody speaking the same language when we're talking about, you know, sexual assaults or survivors and getting the statistics. And that's more of a internal working thing. I'm not exactly sure, because we haven't really spoken about it in depth as far as what she envisions as far as everybody, the department being involved with the DA's office in the county and being able to talk the same language and reporting out the same statistics and information, either, you know, on a quarterly, annual, or how we're going to do that, work with our CBOs and provide services to our victims. If it's a process that needs to be implemented within the department that's not currently implemented, we could place that into policy, but we're going to have to evaluate that. And talking with the city manager's office, I think that's something that we're looking towards the spring to bring back and evaluate. At this point, you know, with everything else that's going on within the department and all the reforms that we're looking at, it kind of drinking through a fire hose right now. So, but I mean, it's not like something we don't want to do or be involved with. I mean, we absolutely want to have a seat at the table.
Absolutely, and I don't intend to overwhelm the police department with workload, but this is really to improve and strategize on your already existing work plan under sexual assault and domestic violence. And so I'm willing to move that item under the committee work plan, so under number 2. I understand that that's not under the duty manual. So I'm okay adding this work to the PISFAS committee work plan, specifically just aligning the measurable outcomes across law enforcement agencies and community service providers. I understand that we might not have the results of what that is to actually maybe place as in a process that would make sense in a duty manual. And so because that hasn't happened just yet, then I think that it should go maybe under number 2. And I'll just leave the recommendation with with 1B, 1C, and then A becomes 2A.
Okay. All right. So I know that motion has been made by Councilmember Esparza. Let me just ask, Councilmember Esparza, are you open to amending the motion to reflect that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so the motion, yes, to have 1A become 2A and then just have 1B, B and C under item 1.
Okay. My intent here is actually it's very simple. It's really not getting into the weeds of policy or anything. It just seems to me that duty manual is typically a direction that every officer needs to read, and the rank and file need to be able to understand clearly the procedure and protocols. And I understand why providing a police report upon request or ensuring that a survivor has access to a community advocate would be something they would know. Some of the other things I think were probably more for the brass. So I just want to distinguish between the two. Thank you for that. On the report itself, I appreciate the sentiments of many in the community. And I know that look, in a really complex, chaotic environment that we saw, particularly on Friday and Saturday night back in May, there's no question people are going to look at the same scene and have very different conclusions. And that's one reason why we've got the independent police auditor coming out with a report soon as well. But I think what we can tell from this report is that the department is indicating that mistakes were made. And I expect that based on what we've seen, we've already seen several proposals for changes to the duty manual, and clearly some changes in process. And I think it's quite possible for any of us, as I do, to believe that certainly while there were mistakes and while there were violations of the department standards and of our community standards that were made in those days, I don't believe the narrative that has been offered by several, including today, that somehow or another it was the police's responsibility for escalating what was viewed as a peaceful protest into a violent encounter. I think what the evidence shows and what I saw in my observation over several hours on particularly those 2 days was that an overwhelming majority of the participants there were in fact peaceful, but there were violent instigators in the group. And we saw that over and over again. And specifically, the chronology in which violence was happening is really critically important. And it's important for people not simply to take a few seconds of a clip that they saw on social media and then make assumptions about what that means about what police officers did or didn't do to spur that. And I really encourage folks to take a close look on the chronology that has been described in the after action report on page 48, describes relatively very succinctly where the peaceful protests were starting at about 2 o'clock or so that Friday, the Friday where I think clearly we saw the most conflict. And it really there wasn't any significant police use of force until a couple hours later. And it was, and I'm just pulling it up now. It wasn't until out on 101 and you saw protesters blocking cars at 310. And you had, I remember a guy with either a crowbar or some kind of blunt device smashing in the window of an occupied car on 101. Guy was trapped there. And then protesters throwing objects at the PD from the bridge. And then, finally dispersal orders are given and the first use of force by PD, according to the chronology, is 5 o'clock. Now, I think that's important because by this point there already had been, I believe, broken windows in patrol cars. Is that right, Captain Dwyer or Chief?
That is correct.
Okay, so there had already been broken windows in patrol cars, and I believe some vandalism already, broken windows and things of that nature in several small businesses. And there's an accounting given on page 45 that describes just what was going on that Friday, ultimately what emerged over time after the first that first spell of violence out of 101. And then eventually things did escalate. Saw numerous incidents of arson involving dumpsters and trash cans and furniture and vehicles, fireworks and mortars that were fired at officers. UPS truck was looted, contents lit on fire. Motor officer was assaulted by a protester with a crowbar and disabled a motorcycle. All this is on page 45. Vandalism, looting of downtown businesses, not to mention an officer went to the hospital. All this happened, obviously, not all at once, but the notion that somehow or another it was officers that escalated it and pushed this to a higher and higher level of violence is not something I have seen in the evidence. I've certainly seen evidence, episodes where officers could have restrained themselves or used force differently or used different language. And I'm sure that's all going to be under a significant amount of scrutiny and review. I thought the overwhelming number of officers that I saw showed great restraint. But there was no question that the violence started because individuals in the crowd, instigators who wanted confrontation with the police, were doing everything they can to bait the police into a confrontation. And that doesn't in any way incriminate anybody who was standing by, who was just protesting, speaking out. But I would encourage those who feel strongly differently, who feel otherwise, to go to the IPA, specifically with the data and evidence. Lord knows there was a lot of video that taken that day from a lot of different sources that really shows what happened between 2 p.m. and 5 p.m. on Friday that was different. If there's information that's missing here that should be in the independent police auditor's report because you think the police department got it wrong, go to the IPA, bring the evidence, let's get it all out on the table and let's bring the reports forward that show the full picture. But based on what I've seen so far, and I haven't seen it all, and I look forward to reading the IPA report, I simply don't believe the narrative that somehow or another the police provoked violence. There were people who were intent on destroying property and engaging in conflict regardless. And that is what I've seen so far, and I look forward to seeing more evidence. I pushed for the revelation of those videos, in 2 separate memoranda, and I hope that in the future we're going to be producing these videos immediately rather than after several months, so that we can get all the information out clearly to the public. The public deserves to see more. I do think, however, there may be times in the report where different language could be used. I think a member of the public, for example, pointed out the use of the term prisoners to refer to people who were arrested. And I would just ask, Chief or other members might have been involved in writing the report. Was there a reason why we use prisoners?
It's just common terminology that we use. I mean, somebody that's in custody, they're prisoners of. It's just a term that's used.
Okay. Okay, given the fact that many of those folks who were taken in custody were not charged with a crime, I would just ask for consideration in how we supplant that term to refer to them, arrestees or something of that nature, detainees. I think those terms are often used. My concern, as folks might have guessed, really had to do with item 4.3 and the rubber bullets. And I just wanted to ask some questions for clarification. Clearly, Chief, I've seen the supplemental report now, which is really focused on narrowing the use of rubber bullets and kinetic projectiles to very limited circumstances in crowds. I appreciate that change has been made, and that's progress from where I think the department was. Obviously, I'm arguing for more, which is essentially that we stop using rubber bullets in crowds. And I wanted to just ask a little more clearly. I know there's a lot of different terminology used, but in the supplemental report, it says that the department allows the use of 40 millimeter foam batons and 12 gauge stun bag rounds. And I also hear reference made to 37 millimeter rounds. And so I want to understand, is the 37 millimeter to be used interchangeably with the 40 millimeter that's referenced in the supplemental report? Or are those 2 different sets of rounds?
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor. This is Captain Dwyer. Can you hear me?
Yeah, thanks.
So just to clarify, the 40 millimeter foam baton round is not used in the same fashion here at San Jose as the 37 millimeter was once. It's now been outlawed for that purpose. But the 37 millimeter rounds were the rounds that were fired into the ground.
Okay.
On day one, we all but ran out of those rounds. But the 40 millimeter rounds are actually foam projectiles that we utilize to target individual people. So the other rounds, the 37 millimeter rounds, were not used to target individual people. They were used to compel the crowd to disperse. That was the I would say, the bright line between them.
Okay. And the 37 millimeter were shot then directly at individuals?
No, the 37 millimeters were not. The 40 millimeter projectiles on a number of occasions were fired at individuals that officers perceived as a threat. The 37 millimeters were expressly, we had a policy at that time on May 29th that precluded their use on actual individual people. And they were only to be utilized in accordance with that policy. And that policy spelled out very clearly that they were to be used as an indirect munition, basically into the ground or off of some other type of surface.
Is there a reason why that distinction existed between the 37 and the 40 millimeter?
I think part of the reason that we adopted that as a tactic after the training class that we went to following the Trump rallies of 2016 was the shock and awe of it and the fact that it fired 3 smaller projectiles that probably, again, in a crowd control situation, firing those directly into the crowd probably wouldn't be our first priority as far as accuracy. It wouldn't be our first force option, I would say. The 40 millimeter fires 1 projectile. And so the 37 creates a loud report, a little bit of smoke. It's not meant, those were not fired with the intent of striking anybody with those. Those were only fired with the intent of creating a little bit of shock and awe so that the crowd would move back away from the officers.
So it's for dispersal.
Correct. It was once for dispersal, no longer, as of
So
June 16th.
You're no longer using the 37 millimeters, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and it's no longer a tactic to fire the rounds into the ground. That's
Correct. There are departments that continue to do that. I'll be honest with you, in the discussions that I had with the chief, and I know that I said this openly before in council, we just didn't find it that effective. The crowd just continued to come at us. That's why we fired so many. And so the reality is losing that particular tool for that particular purpose, I don't think is a huge impact to how we would approach a crowd control situation because they were not used to defend officers as the 40s and the stun bags were. They were used to disperse and to try and compel the crowd to disperse.
So, Captain Dwyer, the instance that you know of where there have been allegations of significant injury, and I know for example, Derek Sanderlin being the most obvious, where he suffered a serious injury. Do we have reason to believe all those instances involved the direct shot of the 40 millimeter round? Or
I can't support that statement with any factual data. Okay. It was chaotic. Some of those rubber foam baton rounds that struck people could have been ricochets.
Right.
I don't know. You're talking about a large number of projectiles and a lot of people, and quite frankly, many of the people who were struck by those because they were posing a threat to officers or assaulting officers fled on foot, and we were not able to take them into custody.
Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, just a little bit further on that is that part of that will be part of the internal affairs investigation. And I know a lot of those questions are being answered through those investigation.
Okay. I know we're getting some feedback. You guys may be in the same room. Is that why? Okay. It may help if one of you guys mutes while the other one talks. It may help. So then just focusing on the foam around the 40 millimeter, my understanding is it's not just foam, it's foam with rubber and then a metal core. Is that right?
So I'm not sure about the exact makeup of it. I know that the portion that is intended to strike an individual is foam, is what I would describe as foam.
Okay.
That's the commonly used term is a foam baton round.
Right, but that's just at the tip, and then there's a hard rubber. And then if you look underneath it, the reason why I know is because we went out and picked some on the side. This is see if I can show you I don't know if you can see it. This is what we picked up out there. And that's the tip of the foam baton. I'm sorry, the foam round. And then it would be attached. Is that right? 40 millimeters?
Yes.
Okay. So when our C team picked it up, this is what they saw in the middle. And it appeared to be a metal core in the middle of the rubber.
I think what you might be referring to is it does take a pyrotechnic charge to actually fire it, similar to any other thing that's fired out of a barrel. It's not air powered or water powered. It actually does have some type of powder in there that requires it to be encapsulated in metal.
Right. Right. So this is a metal core. So given where the duty manual was, or the officers, the way they were instructed before May 29th, when firing these 40 millimeter rounds, where were officers instructed to be shooting?
That's a matter of training. The reality is there are certain areas of the body that they are trained to try and avoid the head, the neck, the groin area, basically the heart area.
Right.
The reality is sometimes in a dynamic situation, even if, and you know this from, your experience in, working over as a prosecutor, that even with batons, if we try to strike somebody with a baton and you have a moving target or somebody who's fighting you, and it's a very dynamic and fluid situation, that baton may not strike the intended area. Sometimes the foam batons do not strike the intended area either.
Right. And so the reason why you want to avoid the head, the neck in particular was because that's where serious injury could result, I assume, including
Correct.
fatality. So under the current rules, based on what you've now got, sort of is the training protocol and the rules that officers are going to be directed under. Where are they still to aim in the same parts of the body?
Yes, that doesn't change. And that's generally, a lot of that comes from the manufacturer.
And that's predominantly with the legs and buttocks, is that right?
Yes, I would say meaty portions, lower legs, lower extremities.
So at what range are these supposed to be fired, these 40mm rounds?
If I can consult, because that's a training question that we actually asked our training unit today. And what we use as part of the training curriculum for our officers, the foam baton rounds, the range is anywhere from 5 to 75 feet. Stun bag rounds are between 15 and 60 feet, or 5 to 20 yards.
I'm sorry, 15 to 60 feet? So you said
15 to 60, 60.
Stun bag.
And then
gauge?
I don't know if that's in the after action report. That's just information that we, in preparation for this meeting, we got from our training unit.
Okay, but that's for the 12 gauge stun bag rounds? Is that what you're referring to?
Correct. 15 to 60 feet for the stun bag and 5 to 75 for the 40mm.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to make sure that we're clear on one issue.
Chief, I'm sorry, you're now on mute. No, keep trying. It doesn't say mute, but we're not able to hear you. Okay, go for it. No? No, I'm sorry.
I think I'm going to try and speak for Chief Knopf here because he's having some technical difficulties. But I think one of the things that he wanted to clarify was the metal. I think what you showed me a picture of, or what we all saw, was the casing, not necessarily the actual foam round. That's kind of what it looked like to me.
The manufacturer says that there's a metal core.
Metal core does not go through.
Yeah, the metal core doesn't strike the individual. It doesn't protrude through the foam or go through.
No, it's within the rubber, right?
Right. But I think the main point we want to make is that it may have a metal core, but that the metal core is kind of inconsequential in striking a person. It doesn't penetrate or perforate the foam round at all.
But it provides a dense mass to make the bullet move, or the bullet move pretty fast, right?
I don't believe so. I think if you cut one of those things open, the vast majority of it would be foam. It's not going to.
All foam is actually pretty hard rubber, right? The foam is, yeah.
I would say that it's a foam baton round, and it's not hard rubber, but it's not soft either. It's meant to fly straight, and it's meant to be stabilized in flight, which requires it to have some density to it. But it is not a plastic bullet or anything of that sort.
Yeah, I mean, if it were truly just foam, you wouldn't be able to aim it very well, I assume, right?
Correct.
Okay, so to understand now, so these 40mm, the range for where the subject would be relative to the officers between 5 and 75 feet. You decided to change the policy so they would no longer be used for crowd control. Is that right? Is that just as to the 37 millimeter, or is that as to 40 millimeter as well?
So all projectile weapons, projectile impact weapons in San Jose PD now, per our policy, are forbidden to be used for the dispersal or the movement of a crowd. So the 37 millimeters being fired into the ground has been prohibited. The use for stun-back shotguns or 40 millimeter rounds for the same purpose would be prohibited. Now the existing policy, which was there before these changes were made, which allowed for a projectile impact weapon to be fired under mainly two circumstances. One would be at an armed suspect.
Right.
The other one would be basically if its use would prevent serious injury to any person.
And the decision around narrowing the scope in which those rounds could be used, was that based on safety or just based on inefficacy?
I think, to be honest, it was based on experience, our experience out there, and also listening to the community and looking at all the different angles of a policy change. You know, we didn't take it lightly. We had discussions internally, but the reality was, I can tell you, I didn't have any heartache over that policy change because it was just not an effective tactic, and it didn't really help us.
Right. So how many rounds are officers required to shoot before they're, I mean, do you need some certification to be out there shooting with these things, with the rounds, or is it, hey, if you can fire a gun, you can fire these things?
I can't give you an exact number. There is one. That's a training question that I would defer to the training unit to answer that question.
So are officers now required to be trained with the 40 millimeter?
Yes, everybody receives training on some type of projectile impact weapon. So if you're authorized to carry a 40 millimeter, and I believe we have 92 in the patrol division, then you've received training on that. I believe all of our police recruits in the academy receive training, but we don't have 450 of them. We have about 92, and then they also receive training with stun-back shotguns.
Okay. Now, you're aware that, I mean, there's been a lot of discussion around the accuracy of the foam batons. Is that right? I mean,
yes.
And that, you know, is that I just did an internet search to see, hey, you know, what do folks think about the accuracy of this thing? And saw various reports that, you know, here's one quote from the Journal of Traumatology. Must be recalled, there's no expectation of pinpoint accuracy with these bullets. It's expected 80% of the shots fired will fire within a 30 centimeter circle at 20 meters. So that's at 60, well, between 60 and 70 feet at the far range here. So at that range, you would get within roughly a foot, it looks like. If this is the same, obviously I know there's dozens of these different kinds of projectiles. So I'm just asking, is that roughly what you'd expect out of these 60 or these 40 millimeters?
Again, I'm not going to dispute the math on it. What I will say is it's really on the totality of the circumstances. If an officer is faced with a situation where they need to take a longer shot, and I know that there have been questions about high velocity rounds, we tend not to use those. High velocity rounds will travel further and may be more accurate, but they carry more kinetic energy and would likely cause more injury. But if an officer is at a distance of 50 to 75 feet, there is an expectation that they will be fired accurately. Our special operations personnel utilize red dot sights or holographic sights. We use them extremely accurately on a lot of our SWAT callouts. So it is an accurate tool. But you have to remember, I hope the one thing that doesn't get lost in all of this is that you're not firing at a stationary object. You're firing at people who are attacking you, and they're not going to stand still in front of you while they're throwing rocks at you. They were very mobile. They ran quite a bit. They moved a lot throughout the crowds. They were very difficult for even our undercover officers to track. So, you know, the fact that they may or may not be accurate to a certain point out to 75 yards within a foot, I don't know that probably a lot of 75, I'm sorry, I misspoke, 75 feet. I don't think that a lot of 75-foot shots were probably taken because most of the time the crowd was advancing on us, and it was a constant give and take throughout the movement westbound down Santa Clara Street. And so I am not an expert on that weapon. I'm not going to dispute the math on whether or not it's going to go 30 centimeters to the left or right, but the expectation by the officer who fires that projectile impact weapon is that it will be fired accurately. And it's on their judgment to make sure that if they take a shot that's at a distance, that they can take that shot accurately.
So obviously with greater distance, the accuracy deteriorates. Is that right?
I would say that's true of any
Yeah.
firearm, whether it's lethal or not.
Right. And it's not just linear, it'd probably be more than one relationship. But at the same time, when we've seen these projectiles used, and they've been, as you know, they were developed in other countries, particularly in Britain, Northern Ireland, and in Israel. We see guidelines from those forces that have very different restrictions. Like the Israeli Defense Forces, which they've been using these for decades now in the West Bank and Gaza, they restrict their members from using the foam rounds within a minimum firing distance of 40 meters.
That's got to be a different round. I mean, you're talking about Israel, which is under constant terrorist threat.
Yeah.
I don't know that we can compare what we're dealing with here with the West Bank and Gaza. I'm almost certain that there are different rounds that they're using.
But
40 yards is a long way.
Okay, so they seem to be taking greater precautions, at least with regard to close range. And you probably, I assume you're familiar with the fact that a lot of emergency room doctors have objected to the use of these at close range. You guys are familiar with those concerns. I know there were petitions that were filed, that were submitted by hundreds of emergency room doctors objecting to the use of rubber bullets in the United States. I know you're trying to talk here, Chief. I know you're at a bit of a, here you go. I think we heard you there. Go ahead. Nope. Lost you again. Kevin Dwyer, I think we're going to rely on you for interpretation again.
Basically, I'm going to parrot what the chief said and not trying to compare us with and where we're at with Israel and the West Bank. It's not an apples to apples comparison. And your comment was well taken regarding the discretion that they use in Israel. Probably part of the reason they use that discretion is because they're using higher velocity rounds and different munitions than we use. We do not use what Israel uses. This is not Gaza or the West Bank.
Right. So, but here in the United States, now I'm quoting from Dr. Robert Glatters, emergency physician in New York City and spokesperson for the American College of Emergency Physicians. Says that when fired at close range, rubber bullets can penetrate the skin, break bones, fracture the skull, and explode the eyeball. Rubber bullets can cause traumatic brain injuries, and serious abdominal injury, including injuries to spleen and bowel, along with major blood vessels. Now, but we are authorizing their use between 5 and 75 feet. That's pretty close range, right?
For the 40 millimeter, that is the correct distance. For the stun bag, it's 15 feet.
So this is a professor of internal medicine at University of Michigan. When they're fired at close range, the levels of lethality and patterns of injury of many types KIPs are similar to those of live ammunition. It cannot be used safely against crowds.
I can't speak to what a doctor's saying in a study. I haven't seen that study. What I can tell you is we have fired that round at dangerous suspects 5 feet and out. None of them were killed. none of them experienced, obviously, if you're looking at a 5 to 10 foot shot or 15-foot shot, the accuracy is going to be there for the most part, unless that target is really moving on you. So again, I can't speak to what a doctor or emergency room physicians say. There's risk to any force option in law enforcement, and that's not unique to projectile impact weapons. We experience much more bone fracture and more serious injuries with just a simple hardwood baton than we do with projectile impact weapons. Now, they will cause bruising, but I will tell you, pound for pound, if you're going to compare that with something like a baton or other force options that we have, comparatively, it does have its risks, just like any other force option, but it also it saves a lot of lives every year. Projectile impact weapons save lives. They're an alternative to deadly force. Almost all less than lethal tools that we use have one common goal, and that's to prevent an officer-involved shooting. And we did have an officer-involved shooting out there. Actually, we had 2 during that week.
Another doctor in the Washington Post is quoted saying, serious injuries are much more likely when projectiles are fired from close range. A direct hit to the chest could result in heart arrhythmia and broken ribs, which can puncture lungs or heart. Blindness and abdominal injuries are among the more common permanent injuries.
We can't speak to the specific rounds they're talking about. Maybe he has enough time we can share.
Do you want to respond? I can hear the chief talking in the background.
Well, I think the question that we have is, you're referring to studies that I don't have it in front of me, and you're referring to rounds that I'm not familiar with. And I don't know what rounds were fired during these studies and at what ranges they were fired at.
The 40 millimeter is a standard round that was used in Minneapolis, for example, that caused a journalist to go blind. The same rounds that were used in Washington, D.C., which were banned in the city of Washington, D.C. This is a pretty standard projectile, which you call foam, which is foam and rubber, and yes, with a metal core. And I guess what I'm saying is that while there may be variations in these, the 40 millimeter is largely the standard rubber bullet that's being used in many cities throughout the country, isn't it?
Yeah, the size of the round, I think, is standard 40 millimeter, but there are different velocities. They do make high velocity rounds, HV rounds, that quite frankly, carry more kinetic energy behind them and carry more risk. And for that reason, we reserve the use of those rounds, except in very longer distances than what a normal 40 millimeter foam baton round would be able to fire accurately.
And when you guys looked at some of the alternatives in the supplemental memo, for example, OC spray, pepper balls, you expressed concern they could affect innocent bystanders in the crowd. Similarly with flashbangs, they were dismissed because they could affect innocent bystanders in the crowd.
I think the statement about the first force option, which is an OC blast grenade, we do have that concern, as with any chemical agent that is aerosol and goes into a larger area. Same with CS tear gas. I would not categorize flashbangs or noise flash devices as a use of force. As I think I've said publicly before in council, you could literally drop one at your feet and it wouldn't harm you. It would stun you momentarily, but it's not going to harm you.
Right, but they're in your supplemental report as other alternatives, right? Either less than lethal or non-lethal alternatives that the department has at its disposal, and they're dismissed in that report because they will somehow or another affect innocent bystanders. I guess the question is, don't rubber bullets also affect innocent bystanders? I'm not able to hear anyone now. I'm just pulling from your supplemental report.
Those are just other options.
Right.
So I'll say that yes, there's always the possibility that it could impact other individuals in the crowd. That's not the intent of the officer that's firing it, obviously.
And Captain Dwyer, you described that is a chaotic situation when you're in a crowded situation like that. People are often moving around. And sometimes, as you mentioned, even at relatively close range, you may not be able to, I'm sorry, Chief, you're speaking right now. So do you want to go ahead and speak and then I can.
Well, I don't think you can hear me. I'm trying to figure
I
out.
can hear you now. Yeah, there you go.
You can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
All right, so you guys just mute.
I think I hear you on my computer.
Yeah, we're able to hear you on Captain Dwyer's computer. So maybe Captain Dwyer can turn his on.
So let me,
Yeah.
I'll see if you can hear me. So, I mean, the supplemental memo covers the other available options that we have. A lot of those options can't be employed during a riotous situation. You know, for example, voice. Yeah, you know, voice works if you have compliance within your group. If we're going to utilize skirmish lines, you know, the batons, the 42-inch batons allow us to move people a little easier, but you have compliance. When you don't have compliance or you have violent individuals that are throwing rocks and bottles at you from distance, there's no response to that. It doesn't, other than a foam baton. You can utilize chemical agents. Yet chemical agents are only as effective as being able to get to those individuals. They move very rapidly, and those do affect other people in the immediate area. And we've also seen that the protesters in other cities across the United States are changing tactics, where you see a lot of protesters showing up with gas masks now.
You're just repeating what I just said, right? Which is that OC does affect other people. And that's one reason why it was dismissed in the report. But the report also says the department saw success in dispersing violent participants within crowds using OC. That's pepper spray.
Yes.
Okay, so there are other means. And I guess what I'm trying to get at here is that I understand there are advantages and disadvantages with every approach. But the mere fact that OC and flashbangs may affect other people isn't the reason why you don't use them. You use them because you believe they can be effective and the impacts on other people will be minimal. In other words, they'll be safe. That pepper spray isn't going to cause serious injury.
I think if I could just ask the question in my mind, based on your statement now, is what if the crowd doesn't disperse and they continue to attack officers? Now, what do they have for self-defense?
Well, you said that it's not used, it can't be used for dispersal.
It can be used to target individuals. If somebody is about to throw a glass bottle at an officer at 30 feet, and that officer sees that person and they've already been seen assaulting officers, and he can target that person to prevent him from basically perpetrating a 245 on an officer, then that would be within policy.
And that person is surrounded in a crowd, and you're going to try shooting where? At the thighs, the buttocks?
I think the target areas are delineated during training, but I think the policy as it stands now also does talk about factoring in how dense the crowd is before you make that decision to fire that weapon, which wasn't there before.
Right. So now we're going to give the weapons to officers and expect them to make the split-second decision about whether it is too dense or not dense or sufficiently sparsely populated to be able to use that instrument in that instance.
Yes, I mean, we have the same expectation with our firearms. You know, that's why the court uses tense, uncertain, rapidly evolving. We have to make split-second decisions in many facets of our job. That's not unique to projectile impact weapons in a crowd.
And using them, you're not concerned about the fact that some of those projectile impacts may in fact be felt by people who aren't being targeted.
There's always that concern. I think to say it succinctly, yes, there is that risk that somebody who is not being targeted is struck by a foam baton round. But there's also many things in play at that time. And I think it sounds like we're talking about this in a vacuum. Yes, it could, but there's also massive attacks being perpetrated on the police. You know, when I got there and I authorized the use of those, if you'll just bear with me for 2 seconds, I looked to there was an officer that had been knocked out. My gang sergeant had the plastic face shield on his helmet knocked off by a rock right in front of me. I got hit with a rock, and I just want you to imagine what it would feel like standing on a line where we're not like these other departments that have the catcher's gear and all of the turtle gear. We have a helmet. They wear their regular soft body armor vest that they wear every day in patrol, and they have a stick. And that is it. So just imagine a crowd, the standoff at this point as we're pushing them, trying to get them to disperse is probably, I don't know, 10 to 15 yards as I'm seeing it unfold in front of me. Imagine being in that position and just getting pelted with rocks and bottles and rebar and every other thing that they can find in the immediate area. Now imagine what that feels like with nothing but tear gas or a blast grenade or an NFD to disperse them. And once they decide not to disperse, and let me tell you, they didn't disperse. That went on from 5 o'clock to almost midnight. So this idea that, yes, it's going to affect other people, you're right. But what happens after they don't disperse, after you've affected not only the person that you were targeting, but also the other people, and they continue to remain in the area and attack officers? We have no defensive weapons that can touch them from a distance.
You're arguing right now against something I'm not saying. You're suggesting somehow another officer shouldn't be, that I'm suggesting that officers shouldn't be able to use force. That's not what I'm saying. The question is whether they should use this force. And
well, if the crowd is pushed back to a distance where you can't touch them.
Stop, Captain. You're not allowing me to finish.
Please, sir.
What was that, Chief?
I was just saying, Mike, can you hear me now?
I can.
Okay, go ahead. I'll let you finish.
All right. I'm not suggesting you shouldn't use force when necessary to protect yourselves or to protect others. The question is, what kind of force? If you're going to see somebody in the crowd 30 feet away throwing a bottle, I assume, is that, are you seeing them because you're up above them somehow and you're able to see through the crowd? Or are you saying you're at the ground level?
Okay, so.
Now, you're muted again. Go ahead.
I'm unmuted, so you can just speak.
All right. Can you hear me through his? Yes, all right. So let me see if I can, there's a ton of examples that you could throw out there. Now, whether we're elevated or we're on the ground. In this situation, we were on the ground, we were not elevated. But if I see somebody, let's say I see a protester that's beating on another protester that's 30 feet behind the lines, what do you expect us to utilize to try to stop that violent assault? This is a tool that allows us to do that. And by taking that tool away, not only are you potentially jeopardizing the safety of every man and woman that stands that line that you want out there to protect either the peaceful protesters or this community, but I think it's a liability to have these weapons and not be able to use them in situations like that.
And have you explored other tools such as silicone gel plastic caps? And I think the Security Devices International has that item, the Safer Shot Bouncer Projectile.
That'll be part of the process that we're always looking for new items to utilize, right? And that will be part of the evaluation process that we go through. But we honestly haven't seen a lot of less lethal options that are really a benefit. You know, we looked at Ebola wrap, you know, at one point that was going to be the next best thing. That really didn't turn out to do real well. But that's what one of the things our training unit does is evaluate new technologies that are out there.
And at 30 feet, you would expect someone to use this. Again, we're taking the bottle thrower. Is that right? the example that Captain Dwyer used.
That's fine.
Yeah, so a person's at 30 feet and how many people are around this person within 3 feet in any direction when this shot's gonna get fired?
You're asking
When
if
is,
the officer should make that shot?
yeah, I'm trying to understand, when is it appropriate for the shot to be taken or not?
Well, I could tell you right now that if it was at 30 feet and there was a bottle thrower and then there was somebody on either side, standing on either side of that person, I would take the shot. That's how accurate I feel that I could make that shot. I think you could make that shot at 30 feet.
Well, I know I couldn't, but I'm glad you could. So what we know so far, based on anecdotal information, is I know of 2 journalists have been hit by these, that we're not always hitting folks we intend to hit. And imagine in a crowd where people are moving quickly and there's a fair amount of chaotic environment, there's even greater chance that you're going to hit somebody you don't intend to hit. Don't you think that's a significant possibility in this situation?
That's why we have the duty manual changes that were enacted.
But you're still likely to have the same problem in terms of a risk to others, aren't you?
No, I think we limit that with the duty manual changes because now you're only utilizing those situations in specific instances. So I get what you're saying. You're saying, you know, let's say you got a group of 10 people and there's a bottle thrower in the middle of this 10 people. Are you going to take that shot? No, I would say no. I would say that, you know what, that's probably not the most appropriate time to take that shot if you don't have a clear shot. And that's what you were teaching. That's what we teach our officers. You know what, if you have the shot and it's clear and you're not going to jeopardize anybody around you when you take that shot, then you're clear to do it. That's an individual choice that he or she needs to make.
So in the research that I've seen online, and that's all I have is access to what I see online, 2017 study in the British Medical Journal, they looked at across multiple studies. They looked at almost 2,000 people that were injured with kinetic impact projectiles. Overwhelmingly, they're rubber rounds. A 3% mortality rate, a 15% rate of serious injury. And as I looked at some of the accounts, it wasn't what I guess we imagine would be shots in the head, particularly to the eyes, that would cause brain injury, but in fact, in some cases, shots to the torso, which caused rib injuries that ultimately caused an individual to die. The Lancet did a study in 2002 based on rubber bullets that were used for control and recites a similar set of statistics around deaths and penetrating serious injuries. And the abstract conclusion is inaccuracy of rubber bullets and the improper aiming and range of use result in severe injury and death in a substantial number of people. This ammunition should not be considered a safe method in crowds. And more recently, Dr. Doug Lazaro, who's a professor and expert in eye trauma at NYU, said that shooting them into open crowds is reckless and dangerous. That was on PBS. And Dr. Alejandro Alba from UCSF started a petition among emergency room doctors. It's now been signed by almost 400 physicians due to what she saw as a large number of blinding injuries after protests. Because inevitably, no matter where these are aimed, rounds will somehow or another find their way to hitting the head. And if they hit the eyes, we know that's a very, very serious injury. So I appreciate the concerns that you've raised, and I certainly appreciate the need to use force to defend officers and to defend people. And there are many tools, including tear gas, including pepper spray, including OC pepper balls, flash bangs, tasers, batons, which are less than lethal or less lethal weapons. And there are newer technologies, I imagine, as well. I'm not comfortable knowing what we know from international experience and from national experience that this is something that we're going to authorize to use in crowded situations. I think our residents are at too great a risk. And Chief, I appreciate your confidence in someone having the discernment in the heat of a moment, a very chaotic situation, to know when to fire into a crowd or when not to. But I just don't think as human beings, we're gifted with such extraordinary judgment. I think when situations are chaotic, we get a lot of the behavior that, frankly, we've seen. And hundreds of these rounds were fired into the crowds. I know most of them were fired into the ground. I guess in many ways that's fortunate because that dispersed a lot of the energy, so it reduced the harm. But the reality is that there had been other agencies that said they shouldn't be fired in the ground at all because of the extraordinary inaccuracy and harm that it can cause. And it took us a while to get to that point. So I'm concerned that we're going to be back here after the next incident, wondering why didn't we just take the next step and stop using them? And I understand in non-crowded situations, they may be a very effective tool. I understand they're used, for example, when someone's barricaded in or when they've got hostages or other situations where you're concerned about a risk of harm by shooting a bullet that may be hitting an innocent person. That may be a safer approach to take a rubber bullet. But I'm concerned as long as we're using them around large numbers of nonviolent, innocent people, that you've got a very high risk you're going to hit somebody that's not intended to hit. I know of 5 people who have been hit with these just on that Friday alone. And I know, I'm guessing on this council, we probably know of others. And I'm pretty certain those officers were all well-intentioned, doing the best they could. And they were in a chaotic situation and people got hit who shouldn't have gotten hit. And I just don't believe, as a council, we should allow for situations that we know are highly likely to cause serious injury and even death to our residents when we see what the evidence is around the country. Chief, do you want to respond? Now you're muted again.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, I just, you know what, you're gonna. He's working. Oh, sorry.
No, not yet.
All right, sorry. He's going to use mine again.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. I just think it's unfair a little bit, and to paint that picture the way you did, you make it sound like the officers on May 29th were indiscriminately firing 40mm rounds into the crowd against peaceful protesters, when in fact, numerous dispersal orders were given. Those who remained were unlawfully present during a riotous situation where the men and women of this department and other agencies were standing the line, taking rocks and bottles. And I don't know what the doctors say about a frozen bottle of water that hits somebody in the face or in the arm or the leg, but I've got tons of pictures of officers with bruises, black and blue, that were there 7 days after, the next Friday after this happened. And I'm not going to commit the officers of this department to stand on a line and not be able to defend themselves in a riotous situation. I think that you need to be prepared to deal with that situation. If we can't go in and protect this city from burning when people are lighting things on fire, looting, and want to take us on.
Chief, I think you've blown the assertion way out of proportion. So let me be very clear. I think there's a very big distinction between those who are unlawfully present and those who are violent assailants. And I think we both know people who got hit who are not violent assailants. And perhaps they were standing there. They might have been yelling. They may have been jeering. They may have been unlawfully present, but they still got hit. And there is a very big distinction between the two. And I don't think you believe that it is appropriate or lawful to be using force of that nature against people who are merely unlawfully present, as you put it, as opposed to people who are actually violent assailants.
Well, that's exactly the reason why we changed the duty manual section to read the way it is now.
Yes, and however, the shots are being fired and hitting people who are merely unlawfully present. That's the point. Derek Sanderlin was not an assailant.
Well, Mayor, nothing is perfect. And I think that we kind of have been trying to explain that to you over the last months about this situation. But
I couldn't agree more, which is exactly why I think we need really clear policies. So you don't expect people to be perfect in the middle of a chaotic scenario, to be able to discern exactly how and when to fire something that is potentially a lethal round.
It's not a lethal round. It's an intermediate level use of force that's been deemed that by the courts. Okay. I understand that some people are injured. Some people get struck in areas that aren't supposed to, whether it's the head or the groin. I get that. It's not intended to hit those areas. I understand that happens. Okay. But in the situations that you watched from the 18th floor on the 29th, you saw exactly what we were faced with. And I'm not exactly sure what the alternative is here. We changed the policy to address violent individuals who are either violent against us or other community members. We changed the policy. I'm not really sure what else you want us to do, other than, well, I know what you want us to do. You want us to get rid of the thing altogether.
No, I want you to stop firing them in crowded scenarios where there are crowds.
I explained the crowded scenarios.
Yeah. That's what I
explained that. I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yes, I simply want to stop using these in the middle of crowds where innocent people who may well be unlawfully present but are not violent assailants are getting hit. And we know that happened on several occasions just on Friday alone.
Well, I think that's what the policy has been changed to. So when aiming a projectile impact weapon at a violent individual during crowd control situations, officers are reminded of their responsibility for accurate round placement and their duty to avoid striking unintended subjects. In such circumstances, officers shall consider alternate solutions if the crowd density creates an unnecessary risk of striking individuals against whom the use of a projectile impact weapon is not intended. That was changed on June 20th.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the changes, Chief.
Well, it doesn't seem like it's too clear.
Actually, Chief, it's very clear. I read it. And it doesn't accord with the policy of international authorities. And it doesn't accord very well with what we know from the data. 1,984 people injured across multiple studies, 53 of whom died as a result of their injuries, and 300 suffered permanent disability and injury. And as you said, nothing's perfect. And sometimes in a crowded situation in particular, where it's chaotic, you may in fact hit people you don't intend to hit. And I don't think merely inserting those words in the policy changed the intention of officers who are of course not trying to hit innocent people. They're trying to hit assailants, just as I assume they were on Friday. I assume that Friday, May 30th or whatever it was, 29th, I'm sure they were doing everything they could to avoid hitting people who were merely bystanders. They were trying to hit assailants. And what happened? They hit a lot of bystanders. So that you can insert the language in the policy if you want. I don't think it changes behavior, because the reality is it's a chaotic situation. And that's the point of banning their use in crowds, because we cannot expect human beings to be able to perfectly discern whether or not they can fire something which is considerably less accurate, by the way, than a gun, considerably less accurate even by the manufacturer's own admission. Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just had a point of, I don't know, process or question around how this is working. So just to clarify, we are commenting on 4.2, 4.3, and 4.4, correct? And then we will take the items in order, and there's a motion already on the floor for 4.3. Is that correct?
So why don't we just take them in sequence? We can come to your motion on 4.3, but why don't we take the
Well, yeah, because I had, like you, I mean, I had questions on a few things, and and to your original point, they do kind of relate.
Yeah.
I have a question, and I'm not sure if this is for the city manager, the chief, or the city attorney, but so what we are discussing today is on 4.4 is the preliminary after action report. Is that correct? And that's from the SJPD's sort of perspective on the preliminary after action report. The actual after action report is conducted by the independent police auditor. Is that correct? And what does that look like, and what's the timeline, and what can we expect on what that is going to look like?
Yeah, I'll take a stab at that. I don't know if Siobhan is on. I think she is.
Is she? Oh, great.
Yeah, so why don't we let Siobhan kind of talk a little bit about what she envisions for the after action report that will include community engagement.
Yes, so we will be hiring an outside consultant to conduct the after action report. We actually decided to wait until the police department had their internal report out so that the outside consultant could reflect on the facts as discerned by the police department, their conclusions and their recommendations. We also wanted to hear what the council members were most attuned to in that report, as well as people calling into the council meeting today. So I'm hoping to have draft language on that RFP out to several members of the team next week, and we'll be moving forward with an outside RFP. That process will include not only interviews with members of the police department, but also members of our community, people who were present at the demonstrations, people who witnessed what happened, so that we can get a broader perspective. Then the consultant will provide recommendations about a variety of things, tools, strategies, training, protocols, things like that.
Very helpful. And then, so the RFP goes out to the team next week, and then how long will that process take, the whole thing, before it's awarded?
Yeah, I'm thinking it'll be probably end of October.
Okay. Okay, and then so awarded end of October, and then how much time is sort of allotted for that investigation process to take?
So it's hard to judge, because at this point in time, there are a lot of departments statewide and nationwide that are also seeking outside consultants for similar reports. So I am contacting other agencies, and they are finding that, you know, the most desired consultants are backed up. So we would have to see who responds to the RFP and if we're comfortable with their qualifications and their timeline. But I don't know at this point.
Okay, that's helpful in terms of expectations, because when we talked about this a few months ago. We were told that the process would take about a year. And so now we just don't know. Is that correct?
That's correct. So
Especially if, oh, sorry, go ahead.
So I was just reaching out to Vancouver today. They just secured a contract and it will take about 9 months.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Speaking for myself, I would prefer quality. And especially if we really are committed to change and having a thoughtful process, I would like to have somebody really good. So that's my preference. So another question around this process, does, so then through that process, would they or him or her have access to all of the video footage that is still out there?
So we anticipate they will be using all the video that the San Jose reviewed for their internal report. I am trying to work with the police department on how much body-worn camera video we're actually talking about. So I've been working with research and development to find out how much video there is, how much of that video do they think is, pertinent that should be reviewed by the outside consultant, but I don't have an answer on that yet.
Okay.
I suspect it will be an astronomical number of hours, so we would want the consultant to, provide their best judgment on what to look at and what not to look at.
Okay. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And I wanted to follow up on the curfew and talk about that some more, because I think it's an important discussion to have in public. So this would be a question for Nora Freeman. Why did it take so long to dismiss it, or to send the letters to the 60 people that we declined to move forward on their citations?
We got 8 citations. Those are the first ones we got on June 24th with a short report. Then almost all of the rest of the citations, so probably around 60, maybe more, we got mid-July, maybe July 8th, 9th, 10th, somewhere in there. We reviewed those, and then we got a few more citations after that, and a very short third report in July. We had a meeting set up with the city attorney, Rick Doyle, for the 25th of July to generally review what we were seeing. But the lawyer who was involved in this is in court pretty much every day and was doing this work when he came back in the afternoon, and trying to be careful and follow what was in the report and what backed up each citation. Mr. Doyle wasn't able to attend the meeting on the 25th, and I had a subsequent discussion with him on Friday, the 7th of August, and then Saturday, the 8th of August, which was his last day as city attorney, and explained to him how it looked like these were breaking down, and that most of the citations were for violations of the curfew and the Muni Code. That there were some that we had received that were beyond what we could prosecute as an office, and that we ought to send those back and get those redirected to the district attorney. And Rick said that he agreed with that, and to go ahead and once we finalized what everything, who we were not going to pursue and which ones were going to go to the DA, once we had that completely final, to go ahead, and that he was supportive of that. And then transition occurred in our office and the subsequent events. And so it just took a little bit of time to, and we were looking at a couple other cases and trying to get some more information on those. So that's why. And he said, send a short, his words, a short memo to council as you're going ahead and making the decision not to prosecute and let people know, because we would normally not involve counsel. That's not that's a prosecutorial decision. Obviously, this has impacts across the board, but that's what we did.
Thank you. And so the after action report mentioned several times that the curfew was a non-lethal tool available to the city. I've stated previously my concerns about how it went down in just a matter of hours on Sunday, so we didn't have a lot of time to communicate with the community, and it was only in English when it first came out, and we clearly did not have time to make sure that everybody, especially our police officers, was trained on what to do and how to handle it. And so I just want to follow up. There was an article in the Mercury News on September 3rd that addressed the curfew, and so there was some information in that article, and so I wanted to ask you for the city's thoughts in terms of this being a legally allowable, like just an allowable tool, and the after action report also mentions the fact that the city chose to do this citywide. And so Nora, can you speak to the thinking behind that on the city attorney's office? And then Dave, can you speak to your thoughts on doing this citywide, since I think you were mentioned in the after action report?
Sure. Curfew, a curfew of this nature is legal. There are circumstances, and there are case law supporting it. There are circumstances when curfews are called, and there are cases involving earthquakes. There are cases involving civil unrest. My understanding, and this was all done quickly, our office wasn't involved. I wasn't involved, but our office was involved back in on May 31st, I think. But the reason that as I understand it, and Dave may have more information, but the reason that we looked at the entire city, or that the decision was made with respect to the entire city, was information that was on the internet and on social media about where disruptions might be occurring, and a lot of it related to retail areas. And there were events in various places in the city. The citations that came to our office were almost all in the downtown area: Santa Clara Street, San Fernando Street, William Street, 3rd Street to 9th or 10th Street. But that, as I understand it, was the reason that it was citywide.
Yeah, thank you, council member. So I think that's well said. I mean, I was the one that was involved with the conversation and ultimately made the decision. So what we were talking about was just those issues. If we were to confine it to downtown, what would the unintended consequences be? Certainly, the police department had intelligence that we were likely to see events out of the downtown area. And we were concerned that if we just had the curfew for the downtown area, it would almost entice or encourage those events to happen outside of the downtown core. So I believed, and we believed, that the best course of action was to have a curfew citywide. If you will remember, other cities were also having curfews. And so we felt and believe that that was the best approach to keep the city safe and have an even-handed approach across the entire city.
Right. I believe San Francisco announced on Saturday that they were going to enact a curfew on Sunday. So they gave 24 hours notice for that curfew. And I'm actually certainly very aware of looting and activity happening in the East Side, because Story and King was one of those places that was targeted on Sunday night. And then Little Saigon, there was a lot on social media in terms of Little Saigon. And so all the businesses there shut down. Walmart barricaded themselves. There were armed guards in front of Walmart, which was anyway, just kind of seeing that all happen was a little nerve-wracking. And so, okay, so I just wanted to ask some questions about the curfew. And then I had a question about the intelligence that was gathered. So the Department of Homeland Security and other federal law enforcement agencies have included some false information in their bulletins, such as Vice President Pence alleging that the federal agent in Oakland was killed by a protester in the protests. And so I had some questions around the intelligence, because there were some of the bulletins that were mentioned in the after action report that we were getting from the federal government. And then at the same time, the after action report mentioned that we didn't receive any intelligence saying that anything in San Jose would be violent, and that we made the call based on the incident commander going by what she was saying. And so how did we gather intelligence in San Jose? Chief Knopf, you're muted, so I don't know who you're pointing at, so.
Chief Knopf, want to use Captain Dwyer's.
I'm not sure who from the PD can take that question.
Or Dave.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I can hear somebody.
So we're going to fix our technical difficulties, but I'm going to allow Acting Assistant Chief Tyndall to answer that using my computer.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Esparza, for the question. So in regards to our intelligence, as you know, we have our intelligence unit who monitors all intelligence for the police department, as well as other units. Part of that is monitoring the social aspect of it. Part of it is getting reports from agencies like DHS, FBI, Cal OES, our NCREC, FBI, which is part of the FBI portion of it. But what I will say is every intelligence source that we have, everything we get, and a lot of times it is either reports or intelligence that's unfolding. It's even, I will put it in this form, a lot of times when we have a violent incident here in San Jose, as part of an investigation, and sometimes the facts that we garner initially are not what we end up with. And so a lot of times the fact finding or the vetting is also done internally, as well as reports that we get. So in regards to, what the mayor was saying earlier, this protest started 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We had absolutely no intelligence that this was going to be a violent protest of any means. We certainly had operational plans that were set up and ready to go, but we did not have personnel that were actively out there in skirmish lines. We did not have special operations that were already out there and moving with the crowds. We were at that point monitoring, much like we do, to allow people to voice their First Amendment rights and to protest. And it really wasn't until the crowd moved towards Highway 101, shut that down, and we saw acts of violence going on there against not only residents and people passing through our city, but also the police officers off the overpass, that it morphed into what was a peaceful protest to something that was more. And certainly intelligence comes into play, but for us in San Jose, a lot of that intelligence, we vet ourselves. and we take a look at what is actually happening, which is the case on May 29th. And it's why, as the mayor pointed out, there was no dispersal orders or unlawful assemblies given until we saw firsthand the violence that was impacting both the community and the police officers.
Okay, thank you. It's helpful. I've seen a few different wording and different answers around this. So I just wanted to ask straight up, what's the status of Jared Yuen at this moment?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. He's currently on administrative assignment in the department.
Okay, thank you. I had another question. So since May 29th, we've seen things happen or protests in Portland and Seattle, and just some really violent confrontations go on. Black Lives Matter protesters and then Trump protesters coming in, and just some really ugly confrontations. And so I read an account of, I think it was the Kenosha protests in Portland, where there were because there were protesters and anti-protesters coming in, there were some really, really violent confrontations. And there were some protesters just getting their heads beat in, and officers were standing there. And so it sort of led me to try to understand more around the non-lethal tools that we have, because it seems like we're trying to figure out, training, judgment, the tools that are available to the city. But what do we have that's between doing nothing on the one hand and standing there while people are getting really hurt, or pulling out a firearm and shooting at people? What is available to us in between that when faced with violent interactions in the future? I'm not even talking about in a way May 29th, because some of our discussions are around what happened on May 29th, or what happened in May and June, and then also where do we go from here?
Thank you, council member. This is Captain Dwyer again. So the short answer is we have a force option policy within our department that encompasses about 10 or so different force options. Your voice, your mere presence and being in uniform, as Chief Knopf alluded to earlier, being, trying to advise and persuade people, which obviously was a non-starter for us on that day. And I think what you're going to find in a lot of the interactions that we have in the future, and this is why we've really tried to modify our tactics and kind of remain kind of out of sight, is that just the mere sight of police at some of these protests cause people to become agitated, and then they start throwing things, right? So we've tempered our approach there. That started on the third day, but things like the baton is there. It's a 42-inch riot baton, but it's just a wood baton. It's a piece of wood that's, that's an archaic tool that's been in law enforcement for a long time. Tasers are not good for crowd control. Obviously, the use of a taser is another level of intermediate force, which by definition is force that is likely to produce a significant risk of injury, but it falls short of what they consider deadly force, which is obviously force that can kill you or cause serious bodily injury. So a taser's, again, it's a close-in device that usually works within about 20 feet. Quite frankly, we don't want the crowd any closer than that to us. So not only that, but we would have to have enough officers to go in and circle that arrestee or that suspect and safely surround him so that the arresting officer, him or her, so that the arresting officers could safely do their job without being attacked while they're preoccupied trying to handcuff somebody, and then remove them from the crowd back behind a skirmish line. So a taser is not necessarily the best option there. You also have Police canines, which we've talked about before, that's a non-starter for us. We would never use dogs for crowd control, but it is in the policy, so that's the only reason I bring it up. You know, we do have, I know that questions came up about acoustical devices. We have an LRAD. It is capable of being weaponized, but we don't use it in that fashion because A, it is a controversial tool, and B, we don't have a policy on that. And quite frankly, we're just not going to use a tool unless it's been vetted through not only the city attorney's office, but here within the police department, are we comfortable utilizing that tool in that fashion? So we're pretty limited. We have chemical agents, which we've already discussed. In a crowd control setting, we're not talking about the small canisters of OC that officers carry on their belts. For case in point, so this is what officers carry. It's pretty small. We're talking about OC blast grenades, which produce a large bang and an aerosol pepper spray, basically, but it's powder. We can also fire those from a 40 millimeter. The other alternative would be CS tear gas, which again is all the recruits in our academy get gassed going through. I got gassed. I was gassed almost every night out there as well while I was on the front lines. As I said, you know, I had to wash my uniform every night because I couldn't come home and even sleep in my own bed because I had tear gas and pepper spray all over me. But that was the cost of doing business out there and being on the front lines with the officers. But there are other things out there, like the chief alluded to, as far as trying to take people into custody, the BOLO wrap. You know, we have a training unit, we have a research and development unit. We're always looking for ways to improve. Right now, the alternatives are limited. And I would just keep in mind, you know, the talk around here, because I'm in special operations and it's going to be probably me out there again, is there's talk on both sides of the political spectrum on what the reaction is going to be after the presidential election. So I think that we can reasonably predict that there will be something here in San Jose after the presidential election, no matter who wins. And you know, we want to remain focused on. We have new policies that we've enacted. We want to remain focused on training our personnel to operate in conformance with those policies, making sure that if they are going to use that weapon, that it's used surgically and that they don't fire indiscriminately. There are risks to that weapon, but tear gas and OC are also considered as chemical agents. They're considered intermediate force by the Ninth Circuit Court. And so those, according to the court, can also cause significant risk of injury. And you're talking about, you know, if what we see intelligence-wise plays out, and we've already seen it play out once at the mayor's house, is if they start going into the neighborhoods and just targeting specific neighborhoods or specific homes that are private residences, I will tell you, you know, that's probably going to take chemical agents off the table absent something extremely violent, because launching chemical agents on 15th Street or 12th Street or in Almaden is not the same as launching chemical agents in an open industrial area like the front of City Hall or Santa Clara Street. So again, the terrain is also going to limit what we can do with chemical agents and when we can do it. So I hope that answers your question. I mean, I guess probably the short answer is the main alternative is chemical agents, which we already have and can use, but they do have their limitations and their drawbacks, and a hardwood baton. The LRAD is, if somebody wants to introduce that into the discussion, I mean, that would be an issue that we would obviously, anytime we adopt the tool, there's a vetting process, and that would go to the city attorney after we establish a policy, and it gets vetted through the city attorney's office to make sure that that policy doesn't have any legal issues with it. The hardwood baton is a close-in weapon. The upside to a baton, protesters grabbed them. Some of the footage that was released was of a protester grabbing an officer's baton, and then there was the ensuing fight afterwards. We don't want to have that toe-to-toe confrontation. I think as law enforcement as a whole, we don't want to have that toe-to-toe confrontation where we're close in and we're close enough to touch each other and be physical with each other, because you know the officers get attacked too. And for a few days out there, we had skirmish lines out in front of City Hall, and the officers showed tremendous restraint, just standing there while the protesters were basically antagonizing them, trying to agitate them. But when it comes to physical force, if the crowd is close in, you have batons. If the crowd is further away than 5 or 10 feet, then really you have gas or projectile impact weapons. And if the crowd is attacking you and you're not in a position to utilize chemical agents, then you're really limited. You're basically at that point, you're probably looking at a command decision in the field to withdraw to a safe distance where officers they can stand on their line, in their skirmish line, but be far enough away where they're not going to get hit with any flying projectiles. But again,
And then we would be Portland or Seattle at that point, just watching what's happening and having anti-protesters show up and beating people up.
yes, counter protesters, they're a real thing. I dealt with them at Worldcon at the convention center. It did get physical to where myself and others had to get in between them, physically push them apart, keep them about 40 yards apart. One was on the west side of the front entrance to the convention center. One was on the east side. We had a skirmish line on the Antifa people. We had a skirmish line on the Trump supporters. And we had arrest teams in between to make sure that if somebody did try to do something foolish, we were prepared. Stood out there all day like that. Anytime you have a counter protest, you have to designate First Amendment right areas. But even that day, we had that as part of our contingency plan, where we would like you to go to this area and exercise your First Amendment rights. The other counterpoint group, we want you to go to this other area because it's safe to keep you apart. They almost never abide by that. So we have to adjust on the fly. We can't force them to move. And if we do try to, unless we declare an unlawful assembly. So those are tricky. It was tricky at Worldcon. We got through it. But we had one recently where there was concern about somebody painting a mural. That ended up not happening, but we had concerns about counter protesters based on the mural that this individual wanted to paint. So we had a contingency plan for that. We were out there, we were ready. I actually was able to make phone contact with the individual and learned that it was those plans were not going to come to fruition anytime soon. So that's a long-winded answer, but those are some of the experiences that we've had, and those are some of the tools that we have that would be alternatives to a projectile impact weapon. Some of them are not feasible, and some of them just flat out wouldn't work.
Thank you. No, I mean, I keep talking about Portland and Seattle, and vigilantes showing up in San Jose is something I worry about. I think I grew up here, and we've never done a curfew before. It was quite an experience to have something like that in San Jose, and so anyway, I had some other questions. In the after action report, throughout the report, there are numerous staffing, training, and things that I certainly didn't know. I knew I think we've talked about quite a while that San Jose has the leanest staffed big city, just of anybody, police or not, and that includes police. Seeing the lack of training around the incident command system was concerning, and the equipment issues was news to me. I hadn't realized that we had one command vehicle as a city of 1 million people, and that was getting fixed, right? Or maybe I didn't use the right word, but the incident command, that was getting repaired. And so we had people using whiteboards out of their cars because we didn't have that. And so these issues impacted the need to call a code 30, the span of control issues, right? The lack of patrol commanders, and ultimately impacted response times in the city. I believe the report mentions there was a 6-hour wait time on a rape, a 24-hour wait time on a DV call involving strangulation. And so I wanted to ask, what's our plan for following up with these recommendations, actually all of them, the training, the staffing, the equipment recommendations that we see in this report? What are the next steps? What do we do now? Do we wait until the complete after action report comes out? What do we do as a city? And I guess that might be a question for Dave as much as for SJPD.
Thank you, council member. So, there's, I guess the way I think I'm looking at it, we're folding all of these items into a comprehensive work plan. Jennifer McGuire has really taken up the job of trying to organize all of the work and keep it organized in a way so we can keep it on track. And so I think what we're going to continue to see is incremental progress on many of these items. Specifically, the preliminary after action report that was presented today, primarily those are recommendations made, operational recommendations to the police chief. Certainly any of those recommendations can be added to the overall reform work plan. And certainly that would be appropriate, I would believe.
Thank you. There was also, it was mentioned a couple of times in the report, and there was an allegation that minority police officers were being targeted. And so I had a question about, is there proof? Do we have video? How do we get more detail of that? That was new to me. I had not heard of that.
I don't know exactly to what extent you're talking about targeted. I was out there, and the targeting that I saw was kind of shaming the officers that were officers of color on the front lines and doing their just a standard skirmish line, just standing there. And so one day, I don't remember what day it was, but they stood out there for hours and just took a verbal beating. It was just really sad to watch. That's the targeting that I saw. I don't know of any specific physical targeting, but I saw with my own eyes and listened. And there was one case where I actually stepped in and just to threw myself on the grenade, so to speak, and just kind of took the brunt of it. And there was 4 or 5 people in this officer's face. And I just said, hey, why won't he talk to us? He's a person of color and, he's supposed to be standing up. And I just said, he's not talking to you because I've ordered him not to talk to you. He's just doing his job. The reality is, we agree with you on a lot of the things that, and this is me talking to the protesters, we agree with you on a lot of the things that you're out here protesting for. But it's his job to remain professional and neutral and not engage. And so he's not trying to be rude. It's not personal. But I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have. And we went on and had a little Q&A for about 20 minutes. And I think it helped a little bit, but I did see that. I did see them targeting, it was unfortunate, some of our officers of color, and just making them, try to make them feel shamed by being either a police officer or being part of that skirmish line.
Okay, I didn't know what that meant because there was a reference in there about taking officers out after a while to give them a break. And so I didn't know if they were being physically targeted and who was doing that. And okay.
I can tell you, council member, that's absolutely true. We did have officers that were, it was really on the frontline supervisors who know their officers, who work with them, or could see that somebody was just really taking more of a beating than others verbally, and they would pull them off the line and replace them with somebody else just to give them a break, because we're human beings. We don't want an officer to just get overwhelmed with emotion and we've seen what happens when that happens, and quite frankly, that's the training is critical, because it tells them to remain stoic. It tells them to remain professional. And to the extent that we see somebody who is really just taking a verbal beating, I think anybody would agree that it's a good idea to give them a break. And I personally had an officer, an African-American female officer, send me a very nice email. And she was crying. She said in the email, I'm crying as I type this to you. And she was very thankful. I won't give you the rest of the content of the email, but I'll just say she was a perfect example of an officer that was out there that was emotionally overwhelmed. And I think a lot of the officers now are dealing with a little bit of, stress after the fact and the emotional fallout of something like that. But she was a perfect example of what you're describing.
Okay. And I had a question. I agree with the mayor. The word prisoner and processing stood out to me as well. They're not prisoners, right? So we should use some other terminology and look at some of the terminology that's being used in this report. And one of the recommendations around processing, this is an issue that has come up a number of times before this. Some colleagues and I actually sent a letter to the sheriff's office, which has been ignored, about detainees, people being processed and being dumped off in another city late at night with nothing. And so creating kind of another dangerous situation for them, or potentially dangerous situation for them. And one of the recommendations that came out of the after action report was to work with the Santa Clara County Chiefs Association to develop some standard operating procedures countywide. How would that move through? Does the sheriff, so that goes through the Chiefs Association, and how would then the sheriff then be a part of that and abide by the same rules? How would that look like?
Well, I think the group that you're referring to is the Santa Clara County Chiefs of Police Association.
Right, yeah.
Any change, there is a countywide protocol in existence now for crowd control management. Any change to that obviously would move through that committee of chief officers. What I would say is if we are requesting their assistance, I think that to your point, we can improve our batting average in the future with communicating where are we sending these arrestees? What is the mechanism for them to have transportation after the fact? I know that was an issue. That was a blind spot. I can't speak for the sheriff's office on this, but there's certainly on our end room for improvement to be able to say, hey, look, as part of our plan, if we are going to move them, because quite frankly, we're not going to cite and release them from the scene. They're not bookable because of COVID-19 and they're low-level crimes. We need to have a better plan as far as where are we going to put them? We can't leave them here and cite and release them because they're just going to go straight back into the crowd. But also agreed that transporting them to a remote area in the middle of the night where the buses have stopped running, which is what I'm told, probably wasn't the best option either. So I think that we need to communicate a little bit better on the front end what that process would be and have defined locations on if we are going to displace them and remove them from the scene, where that would be and what avenues of travel or what phones would be available to them to be able to call or arrange for transportation.
Okay. Thank you. Chief Knopf, did you have anything to add to that?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I think I'm through the technical issues. No, I agree. Jason's right on point.
Okay, thank you. So lastly, in the interest of time, just make sure my colleagues have time for their questions. I have one more question, or they're two related. One is, so there were some recommendations around having members of the media wear reflective vests. So what is that based on? Did we do an analysis of best practices on, because just like first responders, like firefighters, members of the media have been targeted from different sides of protesters in other places. How did we come to that recommendation? How did we come to that recommendation? I can't hear you. Can't hear you.
Muted, Dave.
Here, just
still have difficulties over here. So the way we came around that was essentially looking at what is best practices. We certainly know that we had media out. We certainly know we had individuals who were claiming to be media. And the problem that we always have in law enforcement is who is media and who is not. Now we know that obviously media's got First Amendment rights, and we believe that they should absolutely be present and report what they're seeing and what is going on. I mean, absolutely. And I think we need to do a better job of probably engaging them in working mutually, and especially during protests and getting information out. When we look at other departments, what we have looked at, for example, Oakland and San Francisco, and even we start going up to Seattle and Portland, the issue, and I think it's an issue across the board, is media obviously has a right to be there, but how do you know who is and who isn't? Certainly somebody can claim to be media when they're not. We do here have in the city, although it's not enforceable and it's not a rule, that media have credentials that they can show. But even in this circumstance, we had true media out there that didn't have their credentials with them, which again is neither here nor there, but at some point there needs to be a fine line on who is and who isn't. Because we certainly can have cases where somebody 1 minute is throwing a rock at police and then the next minute, raising their hand saying I'm media or I'm a legal observer. So I think it's always the issue that we run into is what is the fine balance. I guess my answer to that is we would, and part of the recommendations was, what can we do? And, throwing out whether it be a vest or whether it be credentials, I guess is one part of it, and just on its face. But realistically, it needs to be a communication, I think, between us and the media representatives. So what can we do? What can we do that's mutually beneficial so that the media isn't caught up with, a crowd who's being violent? That we can easily identify them. I'm sure that you looked in the after action report and saw pictures not only of true media, but individuals that were not media or representing themselves as media. And it truly is a dilemma for us in law enforcement because it's a hard one to decipher on who is and who isn't. And I think it's moving forward, it's something that we, quite frankly, sit down with media and see what we can do.
So then, we have the recommendation around reflective vests in the report, but is there then an opportunity here to engage local media into a discussion around developing a local protocol in partnership with them for the future? Is that what I'm hearing?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Great. And you brought up, I had something related. I'm going to call it, the second part of my question. You brought that up because it wasn't mentioned in the after action report. I'm glad to see that media was mentioned, but legal observers, I must have missed that if it was in there. What is our current policy around legal observers and what could we do better in the future around legal observers?
Again, I think there is, and we fall back to, where's the fine line? Because anybody can assert that they're be a legal observer 1 minute. I will say legal observers don't necessarily have a expectation that they can stay in a location once an unlawful assembly or dispersal order has been given. They're not given the right, like media is, even though that I know people have said that they are legal observers and therefore they have a lawful right to be there. They don't. Once an unlawful assembly order is given. So again, I think that's one of the issues that we deal with. If somebody wants to be, let's say they're a community advocate, I think we can certainly sit down and look at, okay, let's identify a legal observer and who they are and their reasoning for being there. And let's find a way to identify them so that they are not in a position that, they can force one of our officers to take some legal action against them that we don't want to happen. So again, I think that can be another discussion.
So there's an opportunity likewise with maybe the Law Foundation and some other local partners to sit down because I didn't see a protocol, right? And how can we develop that protocol with clear understandings on all sides? Because I saw a lot of that as well. People saying, hey, I'm a legal observer. I've been trained by a local law, legal organization. I've been trained. I'm here. I'm not, interfering. I'm taking notes. I'm observing. I'm recording, which is allowable. And then, that fell apart. So I think that's another opportunity to develop some protocols around and some clarity that we can then share with the community around what is and isn't allowed and what our process is.
And I will agree with you there, Council Member. And the one difference I will point out, because even during normal day-to-day business, people are allowed to walk up, within safe distance of police officers and write notes and take pictures and take video. And that's something that we have a policy for now, and it's something that we allow in the city. I think the huge difference here is when somebody claims to be a legal observer after an unlawful assembly and after a dispersal order has been given. I think that's where the difference is here, because I think it's hard to say or expect your police officers to know the difference, and or I think it's not an unrealistic expectation to think that people would not misuse that authority and stay and, 1 minute be violent towards police, and then the next say they're a legal observer and get to stay.
Well, I mean, I'm just going to say I think there was a lack of clarity, and I think we need clarity on this and a process for this, because I don't think there was one. So
I think we would definitely be open to discussion, Councilmember.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendes?
Thank you so much. Appreciate all the questions. A lot of my questions have been asked. I do have one pending question, and it really is a question that was prodded to think about given some of the comments and letters and things that we've received from some of the community members. And so it's along these lines. So we know that Mr. Floyd was killed, I think it was on May 25th, I think it was. And then I know the span of the after action report done by the San Jose Police Department really looks at 5/29, so May 29th to June 7th, correct? And so from his killing to the start of that what was happening here in the city was approximately 4 days or so. And so there was a question that was sent to us, and I think it was via email, and I think it might have been from PAC, but I found it very, very relevant. And so I was interested in sort of poking around and getting the police department's sense of this. And so if his killing happened the 25th, we obviously, anyone that's watching the news can see some of what's starting to sort of bubble up and happening in other parts of our country, other cities, certainly in Minnesota and such. And so what I'm wondering is what happens internally in the police department as you all are watching some of this, right? I'm trying to better understand sort of how you all view and manage some of this, right? And so I'm not sure if that's best for you, Chief Knopf, or who wants to tackle it. But if you can take me through that, I think it'd be good to better understand how you all sort of approach it.
Yeah, I'll start off. Thanks for the question. Over the years, San Jose is very unique regarding protests. We haven't seen the violence that we've seen across the nation here in San Jose that we did see on the 29th. Prior incidents, whether it was, Ferguson or some other area of the country or even Southern California, a lot of those incidents were localized. Okay. This George Floyd murder was much different, right? This was a national thing. And it took a couple days for that to develop also, right? And so as the protests spread, we're monitoring that. We're watching the news just like you are. And but still, we haven't here locally in San Jose had the protests, violent burning buildings, violence like we saw that was happening in other cities. And to be honest with you, we still didn't think that was going to be the case. That's why we didn't have a full department callback, full special operations deployment that day. We didn't plan for, something that we saw because that was out of the norm for San Jose. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if Dave or Jason has anything further, but I mean, we monitored the issues that are going on in other cities. But I honestly, personally, I didn't think that it'd be as bad as it was here.
Yeah. I don't know if there was anything you wanted to add, Captain Dwyer, or anyone. I guess the other question I have is I know Chief Garcia is very much involved with the Police Chiefs Association, or whatever that sort of overarching sort of umbrella organization is across the country. Are they actively talking? I mean, when things like this are starting to percolate to the top, are those conversations taking place? I mean, is he talking to the police chief from X city saying, hey, this is happening here, watch out? Or
I think that when things are so dynamic like that, the chiefs don't have really time to sit down to speak to other major city chiefs. I mean, that's what you're talking about, the Major City Chiefs Association. I know that he does have relationships with other chiefs throughout the nation, and they do talk about things. I know that major city chiefs and the International Association of Police Chiefs are talking about this dynamic that's going on in the protests and those that still continue in this country. In addition to the other incidents that have happened since George Floyd's murder. So those are all things that are talked about. And I know that those organizations evaluate each incident and as a whole to try to figure out, and they're asking the same questions you are, right? You know, what reimagining police, what is police going to look like in the future? So they're asking those same and discussing those same questions, but you know, mainly for us locally, it was when we started a call for mutual aid, that when the riots happened here and the violent protests is when the other police chiefs really got involved locally.
Okay, and I think the core of the question for PACT, and again, this is it stood out to me to be a logical one, I think, and the question was essentially this: based on everything you've said, and I understand it's very dynamic, it's probably evolving very quickly, right? But at what point would it prompt a proactive sort of response from the police department, from the chief, from you, or someone within the department to maybe reach out? And maybe this was done, right? So I'm not suggesting it wasn't, because I don't know, but, and if it was, please let us know. But when would it prompt a proactive outreach to some of the to the debugs of the world, right? To the organizations here in San Jose that we know are very actively engaged on these topics, right? To maybe engage them in conversation, to try to, you know, to the extent possible, talk some of these folks down that maybe, you know, are going to be marching on the street, I guess is my point. And not talk them down, that's the wrong word, but to have a conversation with them about, you know, that we're all here to work together. We certainly don't want to see X, Y, and Z, but we're going to honor their right to protest and to be out in the streets and to voice their concerns. Did that happen at all? Any of that communication between some of these organizations and the department?
Yes. And actually, you know, thanks for that question, because in prior demonstrations here in the city, you know, it's really our policy and philosophy to reach out to those organizers to really talk about, you know, what is your aim and goal in the protest. And this was a little bit different because originally it was just going to be a gathering. It seemed like it was just going to be a gathering to speak out regarding George Floyd's murder. And we've seen this before. You know, they're going to, you know, start off at in the City Hall quad. And, you know, we expected that potentially they would march around, which they did. But Chief Garcia was on the phone with Reverend Moore, NAACP, and they had some conversations. And Reverend Moore did come down to the scene that night, and he did try to quell what was going on. He tried to reason and talk to people, and things just got out of hand. I remember seeing him in the news on the line in the front lines there, trying to push people back and to talk to them. And then the major violence just started, so he ended up leaving. Yeah. And at that point, we then switched to a different phase of what we were involved in, right? And it's very difficult at that point just to pick up the phone and make phone calls when you're trying to ensure that the officers are getting the help they need. Right.
And if there was some sort of protocol as to, you know, if we see something similar to this brewing, I think Mr. Dwyer mentioned, you know, the elections that are coming up, right? And who knows what the heck's going to happen, assuming the elections go one way or the other. Is it worth doing some proactive work as it relates to reaching out to some of the folks that may be in these groups that may come out to the streets to march, assuming things go one way or the other? I mean, I guess I'm just wondering, how do we bake this in to what you guys do? And it seems like you've already done some of it and you're very conscious of it, but how do we bake it into what the police department does do some active, proactive outreach to some of these organizations and just groups, even getting in the media, right? Putting something out very publicly, right? And I know obviously the chief's very good at that, but curious as to how you think that may play out or what we can do in the future.
Well, typically in the past, it just happens. They even though a lot of those groups that are going to protest, whether it's labor or debug or the NAACP or La Raza groups, whatever groups are there is a discussion beforehand. They're either reaching out to our intelligence unit or our intelligence unit ends up reaching out to them to find out what's going on. So that is already in place. And a lot of these groups will come down, they'll actually pull permits, right, to protest permits, demonstration permits. And we'll know who the organizers are, and then we'll reach out to them. Obviously, that didn't happen on Friday the 29th.
Yeah.
So that was problematic. So, but that happens right now.
Yeah. I think this is, so thank you for that. This issue for me really brings to mind sort of what we as a city and as a council grapple with on many other issues. It's trying to find that sweet spot between, because this is a dynamic, difficult situation for everyone involved, right? Everyone sort of has legitimate grievances. Certainly, I understand, as any logical person would, that the officers want to protect themselves, right? I mean, that's well understood, and I'd like to do the same if I was an officer, right? But trying to find that middle of the road type of approach that seems to me, based on your lights going off, but seems to me that that there are a lot of imperfect sort of tools in the toolkit, to put it lightly, and so. I think it's a good start. I'm going to let certainly the conversation develop a little bit more. I appreciate everything that's been said by you all, as well as the mayor and Councilmember Esparza. I'm a little on the fence, to be honest with you, as to how we want to proceed. I understand that there need to be some tools that we utilize that can be as effective as possible. But I know even, just in the mayor reading off some of the studies, which seem legit to me, but I wonder, and obviously you all haven't read those and you can't say, you can't offer that nuanced sort of response, right? Because we haven't seen those. But I guess what I'm wondering is, has the city itself, whether it be the department or city administration, Dave, have we ever taken it upon ourselves to conduct our own study or hire our own person to really truly evaluate some of this stuff? I know there's other organizations out there, medical groups or, bands of doctors that are putting out some of the stuff. But is there anything the city you think we can do to evaluate this more objectively as it relates to bringing all this information down to bear and making the decision based on that?
Maybe I could start, Dave. So I'm not aware of anything about, I'll defer to the police department on that. But as part of the police reforms work plan, we are supposed to be investigating, exploring, and reporting back to council about any emerging less than lethal options that can reduce the need for police to rely on the use of the baton, projectiles, or firearms. So that is part of the work plan. I just want to remind you that that we do have that. And so I think, when we're obviously looking at these different tools for the police department, we need to evaluate and look at studies on the use of them, as the mayor certainly has looked at, and we need to do the same. And as part of this review option, and so we're supposed to be using some money we're probably going to hire a consultant to help us in that study. But I just want to let you know that it would be some upcoming work as part of our work plan on the police reforms.
Okay, all right. Well, listen, I think those are all my questions. This is a dense topic with a lot of nuance, and I very much appreciate, obviously, all the folks from the community that are on the call that have expressed their concerns, and obviously the police officers that day in, day out protect our city. Look forward to hearing more of the conversation, but thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I would point out that at least a couple of the studies, I wasn't intending to spring these on San Jose PD. They were referenced in the original memoranda filed back in June, and again, repeated some of that again in a subsequent memorandum. So I was hoping that folks were taking a look at them when they're fashioning this policy. Councilmember Camus?
Thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate all the discussion. I appreciate the reports. I'm going to first start by saying, that Israel is not a good example of good policing, definitely. And I don't want to, I don't want to take away from the fact that innocent people did get hurt downtown in this protest turned, riot. And I think that a lot of good recommendations were made by you, and I appreciated your discussion on the topic, Mayor. And I'm trying to weigh these things side by side. And like I said, I think that you're not unconvincing, but I also spoke to staff, and I'm not a police officer. I'm not held, I don't know how to enforce the laws, and I usually respect the wishes of staff. And I did speak to the chief, and he let me know that this is a tool that if you take it away, that it could make officers and potential people who are victims in these riots and protests less safe. And it's kind of stuck in my mind, and this is what I've been thinking about this whole conversation. Is it a perfect tool? No. Will people get hurt? Yes. Innocent people may get hurt, but I would rather see this than seeing police. I've seen videos of batons being used, and it looks much worse than the videos that I've seen. And I've actually seen a lot more lethal force used in many situations outside this city. I have to say that I appreciated the ability of staff to try to walk this fine line and try to use this force when absolutely necessary, rather than what we have used it in the past. That being said, I have been confused about what motions that we were actually voting on, and I'm not sure what's being included.
Councilmember, I don't think there's a motion now on for 4.2.
4.2 is the manual rewrite, right?
The video footage.
Oh, the video footage.
Right.
But the video footage is just to accept, right?
Yeah. So when the motions come around, I would just recommend, I think we should just go in order. And I know Councilmember Esparza says she's got a pending motion on 4.3, but I would just ask that we put a motion on for 4.2, and then we can all vote.
Okay, so the motion on 4.3, which is the employee manual changes, which you want to ban basically the use of rubber bullets, and
no, I want to ban their use in crowds.
In crowds, but okay. Well, let me not parse that out for the sake of argument right now. But is that included in the motion that's currently on the floor? On 4.3.
I don't know. Councilor Esparza?
Yes, I can read it, and I don't know if maybe Tony can post it.
Does it include the staff recommendation, or does it include the mayor's recommendation? Is
So
basically
it
what I'm asking.
includes Councilmember Arenas' memo, and it adds the staff recommendation to strengthen Amendment 6, ban the use of rubber bullets in any crowded setting. And it was further agreed per Assistant Police Chief Knopp's clarification on the specific duty manual language that item 2B from the mayor's memo had already been changed and incorporated or stated in the duty manual as follows: as of June 9th, and that quote is ban the use of the carotid restraint for any purpose other than self-defense of the officer or defense of another person.
Yeah,
and
no, I saw the
only,
carotid
no,
use.
that was the bullet. Sorry, I'm reading the wrong one. This is the strengthened Amendment 6 to ban the use. Tony, can you post this? So basically it was the staff recommendation, and then to have staff study the bullets with Appendix F further, but it was the staff recommendation.
Okay, great.
And Tony, I'm not seeing anything on the screen.
Thank you for clarifying that, Councilmember Esparza. And I will take the mayor's lead here and make a motion to accept the item 4.2 2, which is the video, the release of the video.
Does it incorporate the suggested amendment that would have staff, that would have the city attorney draft policy or ordinance?
I'm sorry, Mayor, your voice kind of echoed. Could you repeat that?
That again, would that incorporate the direction that city staff under 42C of that memo come back and draft either a council policy or ordinance that sets the contemplated release procedures that we used here as the policy until a new policy is developed?
Absolutely.
Okay. And is there a
Is that the
second?
motion? I'll second.
Okay, that's a motion from Councilmember Cam, second by Councilmember Esparza. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to say I watched the videos that SJPD released. It's over an hour of footage amongst the 3 videos. And I just want to say, you know, sitting in the comfort of my garage, watching these videos and not having been there, I still felt, I felt the adrenaline rise and the stress level rise as I was watching the videos. And I just want to point out, even seeing the same incident kind of over and over, which is what you see when you watch, like the first video is 20 minutes and you kind of see the same thing over and over, even when you know what's coming, there's still stressful situations. And I one of the things that kind of kept going through my head as I was watching this is maybe it's a little bit too much Mr. Rogers, look for the helpers, but I did see people from the protesters being courteous and polite, and I saw most of the officers were courteous and professional in doing their job, and that was even when they were being, what I didn't see anyone getting struck by anything, but I did see officers getting yelled at, like right up in their faces, and cursed at right up in their faces, and maintaining that calm professional demeanor. I was really impressed by that. And I also want to say there were also protesters that were clearly following directions. An officer would be saying, please move back, and people were for the most part complying with that. And that's something, it's the part of our, I just thought it was worth mentioning because it's a part of our democracy and our freedoms that we just need to acknowledge is, for the most part, is used responsibly, I guess is what I'm trying to say. That being said, of course, and of course the after action report discusses that, mistakes were definitely made, and there are a lot of opportunities for improvement and wanting to make the largely peaceful protests that we saw even more peaceful and with less violence next time around. And I really appreciate that. I did want to ask one question. I didn't see it in the report, and I know we don't have them now, but at one time we did have the use of horses, and maybe my North Dakota is showing a little bit too much, but I know that big cities have used horses in crowd situations. And I'm wondering if that's something that, why we don't use them now and what the consideration is for that in the future, because it provides that elevated position. So you could have more visibility, but also still be in the crowd as opposed to, an aerial device.
Wrong button, sorry. So thank you for the question. So our horse mounted unit was disbanded around 2010 when the budget cuts went through, and due to priorities, it just hasn't been brought back. Obviously we still have the stables that we use as a special operations training facility. And we've also used it for evacuations during the fires of horses and other livestock over the years. But right, it just hasn't been a priority when there's been other priorities in the department to fund it and bring it back.
Yeah, I understand that. I guess my question is, would that be one, it was not a tool that was mentioned for helping with crowd control. Would that be a possibility? Was that how they were used in the past? I don't know.
They were used for crowd control in the past. They're a very effective tool for crowd control. You still run the issue of protesters getting stepped on by a 2,000-pound animal, or getting struck, kicked, or hit by. So their injuries are still there. We mainly used them downtown to patrol the waterways and parks and just downtown, and it was big community policing thing mainly, but they also used it for enforcement around downtown.
Yeah. So I just want to put that out there as one possible opportunity for an additional resource. And I understand, again, that's nothing is without risk, right? I think we've all learned that lesson over and over in 2020. So I just wanted to put that out there as something to consider. And then, Mayor, I heard you and I understood what you were saying about, not wanting to be back here after the next incident, but I gotta say, I think we're going to be back here after the next incident, regardless of what we do today. And I actually think that's okay. And I think it's a good thing. It's perfectly acceptable. It's what, again, going back to our representative democracy and being able to have these discussions in public. Someone is going to get hurt in those chaotic situations, regardless of what we want to happen. Of course, we want everything to be, we want protests to always be peaceful. I think we all know that that's not always going to be the case, and that police have to respond to that. And I'm certainly not making the case that police should not respond to that. I'm more concerned, obviously, for me about using batons than I am about the foam baton rounds, because I think I think there's just more opportunity for broken bones as opposed to bruises. That's a concern for me. Concussions are a concern for me. And being close in, the amount of the number of officers that you would have to have for that use of force is concerning to me. What I did want to add, and so I'm fine with the motion that as was articulated by Councilmember Esparza, because I think what has already changed in the duty manual in terms of using projectile impact weapons on specific individuals, I think that's appropriate. I also wanted to ask, again, in the interest of avoiding making it worse next time while we're trying to make it better based on what our hindsight is again and again. You had mentioned stun bag shotguns, Captain Dwyer, and their use being 15 to 60 feet. Can you talk a little bit more about what's in a stun bag round as opposed to a foam baton round, how they are different, and kind of what their accuracy is as well relative to the foam baton?
Sure. So the antiquated ones that we used when I first came on they were referred to them as bean bags because they kind of look and resemble a bean bag, kind of about the size of a ravioli. They were weighted. They are shot out of a shotgun, but they weren't as accurate because that's just not an aerodynamic projectile. The ones we use today are called super sock rounds. They have basically a little, almost like a little tail on them to stabilize them. So they are more accurate. I don't know. I can't speak as an expert on the comparison between 40 mils and stun bag shotguns. That would be a question for the trainers in the training unit. But I can tell you they're both blunt force trauma pain compliance tools. One just has a different standoff distance than the other.
Okay.
I hope that answers some of your question. I'm sorry I couldn't be more help on that.
Yeah,
one.
no, that is helpful. I appreciate it. I'm just, it sounded like the use in the crowds was more, you use the foam batons more frequently than what did you call them? The sock?
They're called super sock, less lethal projectiles. Yeah.
And were those in use during the protests on the 29th and the 30th as well?
Yes. So those are shotguns that resemble a normal Remington shotgun, but the stock where you would basically shoulder it and the area where you would hold onto it in the front are made out of orange plastic. So they're easily identifiable. We don't mix them up with real lethal weapons. So they are heavily used by patrol. They're not as heavily used in special operations. Most of the projectile impact weapons in special operations are 40 millimeter foam baton rounds.
And why would you use one over the other?
Well, the Remington shotguns are essentially when I first started, and this has changed because we didn't have the orange. We used to literally put like silver tape on the barrels. They would use normal shotguns, and the only way you could tell the difference between a shotgun that would fire a normal live round, a live buckshot round or a slug round, and a beanbag round back then was that the less than lethal projectile impact weapons, those shotguns had folding stocks. So we've come a long way. It's kind of an industry standard to make them orange. The officers, quite frankly, get more training, and I'd have to look at the numbers. I'm not sure if we have more of the, I believe we have 225, I just had to look this up last week, 225 stun bag shotguns in patrol, and we have 92 40 millimeter launchers. So that's probably the reason why those are utilized more or on more occasions, because there's just more of them out there.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. I just wanted to get a sense. Do you know in terms of the kinds of injuries that are sustained by the stun bags versus the foam baton rounds, how those may differ?
Yeah, I think several things play into that. One of them is the distance. As we talked about earlier in my conversation with the mayor, is, you know, these have a muzzle velocity. They have effective distances, and how far that projectile travels really does have an impact on how much blunt force trauma the violent person is going to receive. So I don't know that there's a huge disparity between one projectile versus the other. I think it has more to do with shot placement and the distance from which they're fired.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And then I just had one more question, and this is about the duty manual change for handcuffing juveniles. So this might be a question for you, Dave, or well, Chief. So in terms of handcuffing juveniles age 13 to 18, the way I understood the duty manual change for it's 12 and under, it's not under 12, I think. So for 13 to 18, is there any officer discretion on whether or not the child can be detained without handcuffs?
You mean during an arrest situation for one of those 5 offenses?
No. So just,
You mean-
so maybe I misunderstood my understanding was for ages 13 to 18, they could be handcuffed for any reason. Did I misunderstand that? Maybe it's been a while since I read it.
They could be, yes, they could be. And I guess it all depends on the situation, but if they're under arrest, if somebody's under arrest, they're typically under arrest and being transported, and they're going to be handcuffed per policy.
So if they're being transported for, say, a mental health evaluation, for example, would they be handcuffed?
I think it depends on the situation. If they're violent towards themselves or somebody else, then they could be handcuffed, yes. If they're very cooperative and we're just for some reason transporting them to the shelter or EPS or another location, doesn't mean they would be absolutely handcuffed.
And is that true for juveniles ages 13 to 18 as well as those for 12 and under?
Well, for 12 and under, we wouldn't do it unless they were violent. But I was talking about the ones that are over 12 that the policy's not talking about. Yes, that would be, if they're under arrest for a crime, typically they are going to be handcuffed.
Okay.
But
if
there
they're
are
being taken in for evaluation, that's not an arrest.
right.
Do the officers have discretion not to handcuff them if they are going willingly?
Yeah, if we're giving them a ride somewhere, if they're going to go to, like I said, if they're going to the shelter or going somewhere, typically it depends on the situation. I think it's a call, it's the officer's call.
Okay.
I think we can't paint them into a corner. We can't do absolutely all the time. They can't be, or they have to be handcuffed. There's going to be certain situations and certain kids, take into account autistic kids, sometimes they react much differently to different situations and different stimuli, right? Sometimes might be a good idea not to handcuff somebody.
Right. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that there was some discretion for the officers in those cases, because I think I've heard differently that they have to be handcuffed to be transported, and I think what you're telling me with having some discretion and being able to make that decision not to is very helpful, and I would hope that the rank and file would get that message for minors.
Yeah, and just to expand a little bit farther, I think what you're talking about is basically our policies say that if you take somebody into custody, you're going to handcuff them and transport them to wherever you're going to transport them. And that's part of the process. But I think what we're talking here is a little bit bigger, looking at the bigger picture of what's best for the individual that you're dealing with, not just an in custody situation. So somebody, let's say you're transporting them to get some help or transporting them somewhere, for their benefit, not so much in custody, you have to handcuff them. I think it's the decision between, the officer needs to make what's best for in the interest of that individual and the community and the department, what's best for that situation. And I would support that officer.
Councilor Davis, I just want to check in. It's 6 o'clock and I do want to call recess soon. Do you have many more questions or?
That was the end of my comments.
Oh, okay. Great. Why don't we call recess for dinner and we'll resume at 7 o'clock. Thank you.